This is a supercut of all of my old school death metal album rankings by year, starting with the 80s through 1999. And as a bonus, I've added some additional albums each year that I missed or neglected the first time around. Hope you enjoy. Time to go back to the beginning.
Yeah, it's rewind time.
Today we are ranking the foundational death metal albums of the 80s, starting with Possessed with 7 Churches in 1985. Possibly my all-time favorite fusion of death and thrash metal, and really setting the stage for bigger albums to come in the following years. If you ask me, every single track on here is pure destruction, starting strong with The Exorcist and Pentagram, and then continuing into other headbangers like Burning in Hell, 7 Churches, and the appropriately titled closer, Death Metal. Notably, some of the guitar work is provided by Larry Lalonde, who some of you may also know from another little band called Primus. Amazingly, Lalonde and vocalist Jeff Becerra were only 16 when making this record. I can't think of anything of real importance I did at 16, and these guys were out here helping to invent an entirely new genre. So yeah, this is going to fantastic.
I'm talking about hardcore death metal.
Moving into 1986, we have Poison with Into the Abyss. This album came recommended by longtime viewer and Discord mod Zucchini, German death thrashers with their only full length after a long series of demos. Definitely plenty of comparisons here to Sodom, Sarcophago, and Possessed. Solid listen, not the heaviest thing here by a long shot, but it's fast and furious at 33 minutes. I ended up putting it at good tier, but it's probably like my least listened album on this list, so that could change. Then we have Sepultura with Morbid Visions. The debut album of this band, now largely known for thrash and groove, but this first record did a lot for both death and black metal as well. Max has said they didn't even fully tune their guitars and knew very little English, so lyrics were translated word for word. It's got a unique, cavernous atmosphere that allows it to stand out, in my opinion. And as someone who digs that, I'd say its shortcomings end up becoming a strength in a way, making this still one of my favorite albums from them overall. It is going to amazing. Then we have Possessed back with Beyond the Gates. After loving the debut, I find this follow-up to be kind of disappointing in a number of ways. For one, it feels a bit thrashier and less death metal from 7 Churches, both in the guitar work and vocals. They do play around more with songwriting, technical elements, and overall dynamics and variety, but to pretty inconsistent results, and at the loss of much of the bloodlust I love about the debut. I also feel like the production is actually worse on this one, feeling less cavernous and more like a stark tin can garage recording. It's certainly not without its moments, but I revisit this one far less than the others, so it's going to okay. Then we have Messiah with Hymn to Abramelin. The debut album from the Swiss death thrash band we covered quite a bit in the 90s videos that you should also check out. Pretty grimy stuff, similar in many ways to, again, Possessed, but also some doomier stuff similar to Autopsy with tracks like Space Invaders, which admittedly are not my favorite moments. Wicked riffing and chaotic vocals are greatly complemented by stark, cavernous, reverb-heavy production. Really cool to hear this band start in comparison to where they end up going in the 90s. I ended up putting this one at great tier. Yo, we have plenty more albums to go, but as usual, if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button and comment your favorites, your least favorites, where do you agree, where do you disagree. Let's get a conversation going down there. And I do videos like this 2 or sometimes 3 times a week at this point, so be sure to subscribe if you're new here and you want more of this. But next up, we're moving into 1987 with Necrophagia with Season of the Dead.
Conscious spirituals many choose not to believe. Mystical visions start to appear. Motionless poised reaction, controlled by eternal fear.
Album number 1 for this Ohio band, focused on horror and gore. Definitely one of the more traditional sounding death metal albums on this list, holding on to some thrash influences, but also helping to pave the way for especially the Florida sound, I would say. Good use of pace changes in both D-beat driven sections and more plotting ones like Painful Discharge that also bring a bit more atmosphere. I also love the sound of the bass on this album, especially on tracks like Terminal Vision. This one also landed at great tier. Then we have another one from Messiah with Extreme Cold Weather. Now, while I do like the icy cold vibes of this album, I don't like it as much as the debut. The riffs and vocals feel more heavy metal and speed metal inspired, and then things get downright weird with the spoken word elements. It's like a more avant-garde version of Venom, which sounds like that could be interesting, but I'm just not really that into it. They also allude to a bit more of the band's later, more progressive elements, but the execution feels kind of clunky here, so it just landed at okay. Then we have Sarcophago with INRI. More grimy Brazilian metal that straddles the line of death and thrash metal while also providing inspiration for, again, early black metal stuff. Great opener with Satanic Lust setting a sufficiently evil tone that carries into the others, like the blackened title track, complete with ominous claps of thunder. Also dig the ripping Satanus and death thrash. Others, like Nightmare, feel a little stretched and monotonous, but not horribly so. Not as strong as their next album, The Laws of Scourge, but a strong debut nonetheless. This one also went to great tier. And then we have Death with Scream Bloody Gore. Still often pointed to as the first true death metal record, thanks in no small part to Chuck's demented vocals and guitar work. There's still plenty of thrash influence on the raging tremolo picking, but then you've got more doomy, atmospheric stuff like Zombie Ritual. And Chris Reifert's drumming here would very much carry on into his work with Autopsy. Other killer tracks include Infernal Death, Evil Dead, and the closing title track. You know this one has to go to perfection. Moving to 1988, we have Bolt Thrower with In Battle There Is No Law. This is the lowest audience-rated album from these UK legends on Metal Storm, and I just think that could not be more wrong, personally. It's just so gritty and grimy, and the vocals sound like they're from some creature that crawled out of the sewer. Good mix of hardcore, grindcore, and death metal with a very cavernous, echoey mix. Songs average from around 3 minutes for a total runtime of just over 30, which feels perfect for this style. And I love just how heavy and ridiculous it sounds. Like, just so cacophonous and with all this aggression. Honestly, in some ways, I'd compare it, again, to Possessed. I'm going to put this one at amazing. Then we have Carcass with Reek of Putrefaction. The debut album from this UK band and constant stylistic chameleons. To be precise, this album is also more kind of gore grind than death metal, but I think it's certainly got enough of these shared elements to warrant inclusion on this list. Guitarist Bill Steer has stated that the studio engineer basically ruined the record with its pretty famously awful production, but it was interesting this time around to listen to the full range edition, which is a decent upgrade. Definitely still grimy stuff with chaotic guitars, pretty sickening vocals on tracks like Carbonized Eye Sockets. One of my least favorite works from them overall, but it has its place in metal history, so went to good tier. Then we have Death again with Leprosy. Scott Burns engineering, making for a shift in sound from the last one among the first, stating what would become known as the death metal sound. Bill Andrews stepping in on drums and Rick Rawes on guitar, both of whom would later join Massacre. Great musicianship, picking up largely where Scream Bloody Gore left off, but also broadening out with more dynamics and complexity. The songwriting feels a bit more mature without losing the intensity. I go back and forth between the debut and this one, and it's a strong one in its own right with headbangers like the title track, Born Dead, Left to Die, and of course, Pull the Plug. This one also ended up going to perfection. Then we have Pestilence with Malleus Maleficarum. A ripper of a debut from this Dutch band here with Martin van Drunen, later of Asphyx and a number of other projects on vocals. Definitely a shredder wearing their thrash metal influences on their sleeve with this one. Start to finish rager, but with some standouts like Cycle of Existence, Parasite, Systematic Instruction, and Subordinate to the Domination. Still one of my favorites from them to this day, sometimes even more so than its arguably more famous follow-up that we will get to, but it went to fantastic. And then we have Morbid Angel with Altars of Madness. The legendary debut from this Florida band, and you can bet Mad Mike is watching right now to see where I put this one. Love the creepy synth and overall malevolent tone of the opener Immortal Rights. The combination of David's vocals and Trey's guitar work truly makes for one of the most evil sounding records of the decade alongside Slayer. Also love Suffocation, Maze of Torment, Damnation, and more spooky synths and crazy blast beats on Chapel of Ghouls. I'll admit that it took me a while to really get into this album despite its classic status, and I'm still Team Domination overall, but of course within the scope of when it was released and its overall legacy paired with how much fun I had with it this time, of course this one also had to go to Perfection.
Boy, you had me worried there for a minute.
And then moving into 1989, we have Blood with Impulse to Destroy. The debut album from this German band with an emphasis on grindcore, especially with some of these shorter songs here that clock in at under a minute. But then the longer songs, and I'm stretching that term considering that the longest song here is only about 4 minutes, are D-beat head bobbers not dissimilar from the likes of Autopsy. Definitely making some comparisons to Empatigo as well, with arguably the weirdest vocals on this list, which I suppose is to be expected from a frontman who credits himself as Chicken. A little repetitive, but not without its moments, but it ended at okay tier. Then we have Defecation with Purity Dilution. Another debut album, this from this death and grind band out of Las Vegas with Mick and Mitch Harris of Napalm Death fame. The speed and chaotic hardcore punk energy are definitely on the grindcore side, but the heaviness still leans into death metal. Another one that gets a little repetitious at times, but does a better job, I would say, than Blood overall. So it went to good tier. Then we have Bolt Thrower back with Realm of Chaos, Slaves to Darkness. Great opener with Eternal War, and I also dig the guitar tone on this one. I'd personally argue that this has some of the best hooks of their discography, like the slimy groove that opens through the Eye of Terror, or the sort of Seasons in the Abyss sounding Plague Bearer. Still plenty of grime and grittiness to tracks like Realm of Chaos. All That Remains just sounds like it's on fire all around everywhere. Nice battering mix of blast beats and groove, as well as some really great build-ups too on tracks like World Eater. Pretty strong album. Let's go into Fantastic. Then we have Obituary with Slowly We Rot. Strong start with a real classic here from this Florida band, and John Tardy's vocals are absolutely demented, making him sound like some rabid zombie. Solid atmosphere, also takes simple riffs a long way with even slower ones like Till Death, seriously head bob inducing. Really strong production I'd put on the same level as Death. It does get a little slow in places, and definitely I prefer the faster, thrashier stuff like Intoxicated, but overall this is pretty excellent. Many people here prefer Cause of Death, but personally I think this is the superior listen. This one ended up at amazing. Then we have Autopsy with Severed Survival. Autopsy formed soon after drummer-vocalist Chris Reifert left Death to form this project with Eric Cutler and Steve DiGiorgio on bass here, which again makes it all the more of a shame that I hate the bass tone on this recording, unfortunately. This album owes quite a bit of its sound to a similar style as early Death, right down to their very horror and gore-oriented lyrics and imagery, but with a healthy dose of doom as well. You've got faster, skankier stuff like Charred Remains, but also slower ones like Service for a Vacant Coffin and Disembowel. Again, not a big fan of doom, which puts this lower for me, but I do dig the faster parts and the alternate album art that we're using here with the three surgeons. So we're going to good tier. Then we have Pestilence with Consuming Impulse. Martin's last album with the band before guitarist and current vocalist Patrick Spacey Boy Mamelli took over. Moving into a more overtly death metal direction with more emphasis on groove, another banger with more great tracks like Dehydrated, The Process of Suffocation, Suspended Animation, and Chronic Infection. Also love the occasional synth elements and some pretty ripping solos from Patrick too, and I put this album art as another like top 10 classic for the genre. It went to Fantastic. Then we have Terrorizer with World Downfall. Another death and grindcore band, this one out of Los Angeles, and another of the first produced with the help of Scott Burns. The lineup features Oscar Garcia of Nausea and the late Jesse Pintado of Brujeria, Lockup, and Napalm Death, and both Pete Sandoval and David Vincent of Napalm Death for even more death metal cred. Super aggressive stuff with pretty solid pacing too, slowing things down just long enough to keep those blasts and D-beats sounding fresh. I'm not the biggest grindcore lover outside of a few bands like Pig Destroyer and Napalm Death, but I definitely enjoyed what this was serving up for the most part, so it went to great tier. Then we have Carcass with Symphonies of Sickness. Moving from the grindier influences of the debut towards a more overtly death metal approach, you've still got breakneck blasters like Reek of Putrefaction, but also slimier, groovier stuff like Exhumed to Consume and Ruptured in Purulence. Plenty of solid tracks, though I will say they hadn't quite developed the songwriting chops yet to fully carry some of the runtimes that move past the 4 and 5 minute territory. I'm a huge fan of Carcass and enjoy this album quite a bit, but it's not really until the next record that they become really start to finish killers for me. But still, great album nonetheless, it is going to amazing. And then we have Atheist with Piece of Time. Depending on where you hail from, you may not have seen this record until 1990, but within the US it was released in 1989, already the beginning of a short but incredibly impressive discography, one where each record feels very ahead of its time. Just jumping straight into more of a progressive death metal style right from the start before Death, Carcass, or Pestilence really would. The title track sets that high bar right from the top and never really lets up from there. Also love On They Slay. And I appreciate this debut in that while it doesn't quite get as experimental as the ones that follow, it's also probably the heaviest one, with plenty of the thrashier guitars alongside the more complex and technical arrangements. In that way, I might also compare this to the likes of Sadist, Toxic, and Coroner. Roger Patterson's bass work is also a huge highlight for me here, and it went to perfection. You're not gonna like where I put Obituary.
There we go again.
Today we are ranking death metal albums from 1990, and we're starting with Entombed and Left Hand Path. The production on this album is next level, and I think that especially within the context of this list of albums all coming out the same year, it only further shows how ahead of its time it was. So many bands to this very day owe their buzzsaw HM2 guitar sound to this record, to the point that entombed core is a term that gets thrown around. This is a towering, cavernous bit of old school death metal that is just as important to the sweetest sound as death metal as a whole. There's a touch of doom and plenty of melody that certainly influenced the of At the Gates, but also plenty of just pummeling aggression. Standouts for me here: Left Hand Path, Drowned, Revel in Flesh, Supposed to Rot, but really this is a fantastic start to finish listen. It is going to perfection. Then we have Tiamat with Sumerian Cry. The first of a few bands on this list not generally known as death metal bands, but this is where they got their start. In fact, this album was originally recorded under the name Treblinka before a lineup change led to what we now know as Tiamat. It's solid enough, but ultimately a pretty boilerplate death metal record with nothing really new going on, and it sits at a measly 6.6 audience score on Metal Storm. It has its moments, but ultimately I find it pretty dry, dull, and uninteresting. I can see why they ultimately moved on to different things, so this one is just going to okay. Then we have Carnage with Dark Recollections. This Swedish death metal band only ever put out one full-length LP, and this is it. They had already split up before the album even came out. Notably, it features Michael Amott of Carcass and Arch Enemy fame on guitar, and several members who went on to form Dismember, with some of these songs even re-recorded for that debut. It was also apparently originally put out as a split with Cadaver's debut that we'll get to in a bit here. Great atmosphere with lots of reverb, not too far off from Entombed. Really love the pace changes on Blasphemies of the Flesh and D-beats on Infestation of Evil. The vocals are gnarly on Deranged from Blood, and I hear plenty of early melodic death metal style riffing on Malignant, Epitaph, and plenty of others. Really enjoy this one. I'm going to put it at fantastic. Then there's Paradise Lost with Lost Paradise. Time to get some real death doom on the board with this UK band's debut. These days they're known even more for the doom parts above all else, I would say, but this record still has plenty of those old school death metal hallmarks to the point that it's really not at all far off from things like Autopsy, Early Incantation, and even certain Bolt Thrower albums. And while I normally don't care much for death doom, I actually enjoy a decent amount of this one. Deadly Inner Sense is a great track, even with a few little surprises to catch you off guard. Paradise Lost has those super eerie backing vocals, plenty of sick riffing on Our Savior, incredible atmosphere on Rotting Misery. It's still not one of the albums on this list I see myself going back to as often, but it's also more interesting than some of the others here, and a very strong start to a promising career. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then we have Napalm Death with Harmony Corruption. One of this band's very few death metal albums, and their first with longtime vocalist Barney Greenway. And to really lean into the shift in sound away from grindcore here, you've got Glenn Benton of Deicide and John Tardy of Obituary guesting on Unfit Earth, and it was recorded at the Florida Moore Sound Studios. I dig the more atmospheric guitars at the end of If the Truth Be Known, the killer punctuated drumming on Malicious Intent, and the raging D-beat of The Chains That Bind Us. Personally though, I just tend to prefer Napalm Death's more grindcore outings, and especially the more recent experimental turn they've taken. It's solid, but I think it gets easily outmatched by several of the other albums here, so I just put it at good tier. Then we have Nocturnus with The Key. This is the debut album from yet another Florida band, this one formed by Mike Browning of Morbid Angel. Gorgeous synth intro here with Lake of Fire, and those spooky sci-fi sounds continue on into the record. This is also considered among the earliest appearances of progressive death metal, even beating death to the punch with very complex and constantly shifting songwriting matched by impressively technical performances. And as if that wasn't enough, it's also an insane concept album about a cyborg going back in time to go all Terminator on Jesus Christ.
I'll be back.
Nocturnus certainly have their following, but I don't hear them come up nearly as often in conversation as some of the bigger names here, and that's a shame considering just how ahead of its time this record is as well. So please add this to your listening list right now if you have not already. I am putting it at perfection. Then we have Demolition Hammer with Tortured Existence. Now this New York band is actually more of a thrash metal band, which I've mentioned on a few lists already, but there is more than enough death metal in its DNA that I think it fits in just as well here. Some really fun grooves and drumming on Gelid Remains. Infectious Hospital Waste is a straight headbanger. Hydrophobia brings the punky bass and rollicking D-beats for more crossover vibes before taking a surprise detour into death territory. While Parasital Epitaph has a bit more Slayer energy. Great stuff, especially for death metal fans looking for a good gateway into thrash or vice versa. So I'm going to put this one at fantastic. Then we have Cancer with To the End. This UK band formed in 1988, with this making yet another debut record on this list. I can hear quite a bit of fellow UK death metalers Carcass in their sound, who were at this point already 2 albums in and working on the fantastic Necroticism. I appreciate the speed here, but it does feel a little bit meat and potatoes at times, and I feel like the vocals could have more presence. That said, I feel like the slightly proggy shifts of CFC and Imminent Catastrophe, as well as the symphonic intro going into the already banging title track and spooky acoustic on Sentence. John Tardy also makes an appearance on the backing vocals of Die Die. And also that 35-minute runtime flies by. I'm going to put this one at good tier. Then we have Cadaver with Hallucinating Anxiety. Time to get Norway on the map here. While most of their countrymen were busy building the foundations for black metal, these guys were starting what would become a very sporadic career in death metal. And honestly, I hear a lot of similar influences that play into that, namely a lot of Celtic Frost. The production is also about on par with the more raw sound of the region. It's a very ugly record, and one that is once again very poorly fan rated with a 6.3 on Metal Storm. Definitely worthy of a listen for its kind of unique part of history, and some solid riffs here and there, but nothing amazing either, so it's just going to okay tier. Then we have Deicide with Deicide. Sometimes considered to be the best-selling death metal album of all time, going back and forth with Morbid Angel's Covenant. Very raw and with some of the angriest sounding vocals of this entire list. I love how those breathy snarls towards the end of Lunatic of God's Creation legitimately sound like a boar preparing to charge. Oblivious to Evil is a real head bobber, and Dead by Dawn is the perfect Evil Dead tribute. And of course the title track is packed with great riffs and the perfect band anthem. Highly lauded, considered a classic and foundational album in the genre. I don't think it's perfect, as this one also has its fair share of sloppier sounding moments, but for whatever reason here, it adds to the charm and overall presentation. So I'm going to put this at fantastic. Then we have Impetigo with Ultimo Mondo Cannibal.
What is that noise?
Honestly, forget everything I said about Cadaver being raw. This is easily the rawest and most unhinged entry on this list. Just a few seconds into Disorganized, and they let you know that you're in for something special, with the jarring production, grind energy, and ridiculous vocals. Honestly, I was surprised when I found out these guys were American, because I'd much more expect this to be from like Japan or South America. I gotta say though, if you can adjust to the ugliness of it all, there's really something to enjoy here. I love the hypnotic attitude-driven groove of intense mortification. The revenge of the scabby man never fails to get me bobbing my head, and Zombie just beats you to a pulp. Like, don't get me wrong, some of these vocals literally made me laugh out loud, but it's a lot of what makes this so fun and memorable for me. It really stands out in this list. They were also one of the earlier examples of using samples from movies in metal. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then we have Merciless with The Awakening. Another Swedish band makes the list. Solid atmosphere and speed right off the bat with Pure Hate, but something about the vocal delivery and repetitive riffing puts me off. A lot of the instrumentation here is arguably more thrash than death metal, but it definitely rides that line. There are also a lot of cool moments, like on Dreadful Fate, but frequently I find myself getting annoyed with some of the, again, repetition, mixing, and general sloppiness. Once more, not without its stronger moments that get me banging my head, but just not as good as some of the others here, so it just landed at okay for me. And by the way, I forgot to say, if you're enjoying the video, be sure to hit the like button and comment below how you would rank these albums differently, or something that you feel like should be here that isn't. But that brings us to the dreaded Obituary, Cause of Death.
Who I say, who will, who won't be free, tell me.
So we have James Murphy of Death on guitar here. Classic death metal, opening with that long, spooky intro before breaking loose on Infected. Some great tracks here like Chopped in Half and Dying. Great groove on Body Bag, and I dig the drum pattern changes on the Circle of the Tyrants Celtic Frost cover. And as I've mentioned before, this famous artwork was originally supposed to be for Sepultura's Beneath the Remains, and then funnily enough, the other part of this painting ended up on Demolition Hammer's Epidemic of Violence. A lot of people name this as their favorite Obituary album, and maybe even one of their favorite death metal albums, but I've just said I'm just more of a slowly we rot kind of guy. This one gets a little slow for my taste. There are stretches of it where I just get bored, and so for me personally, I know a lot of people would put it higher, but for me, it just landed at pretty high on good tier.
I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Then we have Cannibal Corpse with Eaten Back to Life. A landmark debut from one of the biggest bands in the genre to this day, and it actually holds up pretty well. Solid riffs, and I love the kind of buzzing insect guitar sound, especially on tracks like Edible Autopsy. Plenty of killer bass rumble and D-beat on Put Them to Death. Strong opener with Shredded Humans. Awesome groove on Mangled. It is pretty amazing to see how far they've come from here, but also, again, it's impressive just how strong they were right out of the gate. Definitely not their best or most defining work, but still a really strong entry on this list. I'm putting it at great tier. And then we have Death with Spiritual Healing.
Every day flew by in the world to corrupt addiction with life.
This is the band's third album, following up the already excellent Scream Bloody Gore and Leprosy, and you can hear the maturation in the songwriting and ambition, as well as the shift from gore to more topical themes. They also throw in some more doomier riffs and experiment a bit more with effects, which is interesting, if sometimes a little meandering. And speaking of guitar, it's all again courtesy of James Murphy, who would go on to play with Cancer, Testament, and as mentioned on this very list, Obituary's Cause of Death. Favorite tracks here: Living Monstrosity, Low Life, genetic reconstruction. Not among my top favorite Death albums, but I'd say even the worst Death albums tend to be a cut above the rest, so I am still putting this one at perfection.
All right, our first round of bonus albums. We have Benediction with Subconscious Terror. This album is perfectly fine. I'd overlooked the first two, but by the time I went back, this felt very quaint, even in comparison to other things happening at this time. Decent enough atmosphere, but not particularly engaging songwriting, and the production feels kind of lacking, so I put this one at okay. And also Master with Master. Completely overlooked this entire band as well on the original series, as they weren't highlighted on the main list I was working off of, but this is some banger death thrash with a little punk edge too. Raw stuff with a bit of that pestilence energy, killer D-beats, just a rager of a record, awash with reverb. I put it at fantastic. If 1990 was the year death metal started to really take hold, 91 is when it exploded. Today we are ranking 31 death metal albums from 1991, and we're starting with Carcass's Necroticism, Descanting the Insalubrious. This is the first album with Michael Amott going for a more progressive death metal approach. Better production, better songs, Corporeal Jigsaw Quandary, Symposium of Sickness, and Incarnated Solvent Abuse are all fantastic. Great titles, great album. Once more, should be no surprise to see me yet again put Carcass at perfection where they belong. Then we have Autopsy with Mental Funeral. Twisted Mass of Burnt Decay is a great opener, and both the songwriting and production in general feel improved here. I'm a big fan of the D-beat sections because I do love me some speed when it comes to death metal. I also dig the sound of the drums and bass, especially on tracks like Torn from the Womb, but as usual, once we venture into the doomier stuff, I immediately just lose all enjoyment. Trying to be as objective as possible, I'd still say it's a pretty solid album overall and a step up again from the debut. It's just not something I can really get down with as a whole. So for that reason, it's going to okay tier from me, but just again know that even the things at the bottom levels here are great, and this is just my opinion.
Keep it to yourself.
But next up we have Suffocation with Effigy of the Forgotten. Big focus on technicality here with guitars tuned down to C standard. Love the spooky atmosphere on the title track and that bass section with the scraping of the shovel on Infecting the Crypts. Killer D-beat and riffing on Seeds of the Suffering, and Reincremation also has Corpse Grinder providing guest vocals as well as on Mass Obliteration. The production is surprisingly solid with a very organic kick to the drums, even if the guitars can be a little bit muddy. I'm putting this one at fantastic. Then we have Morbid Angel with Blessed Are the Sick. They kind of pulled us south of heaven here, slowing things down from Altars with Fall from Grace, opening with a straight-up doom metal riff. Not a big fan of the mix on this album either. The guitars just seem too quiet and the vocals too loud. Plenty to enjoy here though, the still fairly technical riffing, the use of organ and acoustic, and overall atmosphere of the interludes. But again, I'm just not as big of a fan of this record personally. Even the more popular tracks like Day of Suffering and the little title track aren't among my favorites. But I'm just not as big of a fan of this record overall. Even the more popular tracks like Day of Suffering and the title track aren't among my favorites. Still more interesting and influential than some of the others here, but possibly hot take, putting it around the middle here, I would say. So it is going to great tier.
That's illegal!
Then we have Bolt Thrower with War Master. Dropping most of the grind influences from the previous album for more groove-focused death metal, the album was one of the big points of contention on my Bolt Thrower tier list and most recent overrated albums tier list, as I unpopular find this one to be a little bit boring. Compositions just aren't as interesting to me. But yeah, again, personal taste, I just prefer their faster stuff. If you love this, good for you, awesome, but for me, it's just going to good tier.
How could you?
Then we have Atheists with Unquestionable Presence.
Love this band and this album. Of all the more progressive-minded death metal bands of the early days of the genre, they are probably the one that impresses me the most. Not only is the musicianship absolutely dizzying with the implementation of jazz influences, weird time signatures, and Latin rhythms, they still manage to make sure it's never style over substance with some really engaging songwriting. Sadly, bassist Roger Patterson died in a touring van accident before recording, with Tony Choi taking his place here. Absolutely incredible stuff. I feel like Death and Gorguts gets so much more lip service, but ultimately I think that Atheist deserves to be up there too, and it is going to perfection. We have plenty more albums to go, but if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button and comment your own favorites and least favorites from 1991 down below. Be sure to subscribe too for plenty of videos just like this one, but next up we have Cancer with Death Shall Rise. Guitarist James Murphy once more making the rounds here after showing up twice in 1990 with both Death and Obituary. I gotta say though, I think I liked the Cancer debut a bit more than this album. I can hear them trying to step up the songwriting and production, and they definitely improved on the presence of the vocals, but I feel like it's lacking some of the same energy, and I find a lot of the riffs to just be kind of repetitive. Notably, Deicide's Glenn Benton provides backing vocals on Hung, Drawn, and Quartered, and I do like the atmosphere on Back from the Dead, but I am just putting this one at okay tier. And speaking of Gorguts, we have Gorguts with Considered Dead. Love me some Gorguts, but this is definitely not the band at their best. When most people, myself included, reach for this band, chances are we're looking for something more super technical on par with Obscura. This is pretty standard death metal without them having yet found their own footing, but that said, I still think they managed to come in very strong and outplay several of the other bands here. Stiff and Cold is a great example of strong songwriting right off the bat. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then we have Immolation with Dawn of Possession. As much as I enjoy Immolation overall, this is another record where I don't share the same love most people have. I'm more of a Close to a World Below, Majesty and Decay, and even Atonement kind of guy. Check out my Immolation tier list for more thoughts on their entire discography. Anyways, this is a good album, and there are aspects of the overall atmosphere that I find unique, but it's honestly one of my least favorites from them. Still would choose it over a few others on this list. I'm gonna put it at good tier. And we have Sarcophago with The Laws of Scourge. These Brazilians bring us a bit of the best of everything here with death metal, thrash metal, and black metal, and fronted by Sepultura's original vocalist, no less, who in addition to the usual snarls and barks also delivers some truly unhinged and animalistic sounds on the likes of piercings and some falsetto screams, as with Screeches from the Silence. You got some real scorchers like the Black Vomit and Crush, Kill, Destroy, but they can also get a bit more ambitious, as with the 6+ minute Midnight Queen and Secrets of a Widow, whose unholy atmosphere demonstrates why they are a major influence on the second wave black metal explosion. This one also has to go to perfection. Then we have Asphyx with The Rack. Another debut album, this time from a classic Dutch band fronted by former Pestilence vocalist Martin van Drunen, who I would also add to the list of people whose style you probably either love or hate. Definitely some similarities with Autopsy when it comes to approaching death doom, but frankly, I think they do a better job with the pacing for my taste. They kick things off strong with the speed of Vermin before wading back into the swamp with Diabolical Existence and Evocation. Solid enough album, but not exactly my personal taste, so this one's also going to okay. Then there's Sadistic Execution with The Magus. A little combo breaker here with some death metal from Sydney, Australia. This definitely rides a fine line between black and death metal, maybe even still holding on to the old thrash and speed metal energy of groups like Venom, and they actually had correspondence with Corthon of Bathory. Love the reverb-heavy production and evil-sounding vibes. The overall effect is somewhat similar to Sepultura's Morbid Visions. Crazy drumming too. That intro to Sadistically Executed is amazing. This is going to fantastic. Then we have Pestilence with Testimony of the Ancients.
So speaking of Martin, we're back to his other band now with Spacey Boy Patrick taking over, moving up from just guitar duties on the previous album. Like the intro to the album and the synth additions, makes tracks like The Secrecies of Horror almost feel like a death metal Dimmu Borgir, lots of atmosphere too. Feels more like pure death worship in both the songwriting and especially the vocal performance. Patrick just can't hold a candle to Martin though, in my opinion. Still lots of great guitar work and expanded dynamics, better production. It can be a little bit more meandering, but even with all that said, it's still a very good album, just maybe not as good as some of the albums above it. I'm putting this one at good tier. Then there's Massacre with From Beyond. The debut album from this band formed out of members who have all played in Death at one point or another. Cam Lee again has one of those love it or hate it vocal styles that gets a little too close to 6 feet under for my own personal comfort at times, but the level of unpolished aggression ends up being pretty fun and charming. The riffs also go super hard with a lot of thrash metal energy, with speed I'd compare to early Slayer, but also infectious grooves on Defeat Remains. I also love the 90s Warcraft vibes on the intro to Chamber of Ages. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then there's Ripping Corpse with Dreaming with the Dead. The only full-length LP from this New Jersey band featuring guitarist Eric Rutan of Cannibal Corpse and Hate Eternal fame. The vocals take a little getting used to with their more kind of stream of consciousness quality, but I really dig the increased level of technicality of this one, both in the guitars and the drumming. When I was doing research for these lists, I was looking up a lot of what other people were reviewing and what the fan metrics on were, and this thing had just like glowing reviews, and I can see why. Definitely an underdog here, worthy of a lot more attention. It is going to perfection. And we have Malevolent Creation with the 10 Commandments. Big doomy opener on this one. The spoken word feels a little cheesy and dated, but then they really kick up the BPM with Premature Burial. Really great start stops and blast beats on that one. Honestly, really great drumming in general. I'm not in love with the vocal performance again, like especially on tracks like Remnants of Withered Decay. It just feels very kind of rah 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 rah.
Loud noises!
Just trying to jam too many syllables into one place. I do like the creepy overdubs though, and mixed feelings as the instrumentation is great, but it just doesn't always come quite together for me. It was still enough though to pull it pretty high. So I think that says something about the musicianship here, that it just makes it work for the most part. Then we have Entombed with Clandestine. As I said in my Entombed tier list, this is the last Entombed album I actually really enjoy. It largely picks up where Left Hand Path left off and would really be the last pure death metal album they would make for a very long time. It's a strong enough outing, but I don't think it's as strong as its predecessor. I especially don't care for Nick Anderson's vocals, as during the album Lars Goran Petrov had temporarily been fired from the band, so this one's kind of about middle. I'm going to put it at great tier. And there's Dark Throne with Soulside Journey. I hesitated to include this, as this Norwegian band is much better known in black metal circles, obviously, but they did start out as a death metal band with this debut. You can already hear a lot of the Celtic frost worship in their guitar work, but there's also some taking tips from their Swedish neighbors, like Entombed. Nocturno also going for much more of that same type of cavernous howl. Never been the biggest lover of this album, but I always find it interesting to see where bands started. I'm putting this one at okay tier. Then we have Baphomet with Inheritors of the Dead. Another debut album, this one from a Buffalo, New York band, mixing death metal with a bit of thrash and speed metal riffing. As such, expect plenty of speed, especially in the grindy blast beats. It's a little basic sounding, especially with the caveman death grunts, but they really get me with just that sheer velocity of their sound. And then there are these great, more technical transitions and sudden pace changes that are pretty fun. Maybe not the best start to finish listen, but plenty of good stuff here. I'm going to put it at good tier. Then there's Tiamat with the Astral Sleep. This second album from this Swedish band definitely finds them finding more of their own personality. You've got that fun kind of Mr. Crowley-esque synth intro, and then just overall moving away from the copycat death metal to something
more gothic. They even throw in some rock and roll sounding guitar solos. In a lot of ways, the approach reminds me of what Septic Flesh would start doing a few years later, especially on moodier tracks like Mountain of Doom. Overall, I just enjoy how unique this record sounds in the midst of so many here that are kind of the same, just much more variety and risk-taking, and I always give points for that. I always find those to be the albums I go back to the most, so that is why this is going to fantastic. Then we got the big boys, Death with Human. Another one of easily my least popular ranking hot takes on my Death discography tier list. It's actually on the lower end for me there, since I find it to be a little bit cold and detached.
How dare you say such things?
And another one I've also gone so far as to call kind of overrated in the discography. That said, again, even my lowest ranked Death albums are still above most 90s death metal albums. There is no denying the incredible performances on display, and this record really did help set the blueprint for a lot of progressive death metal moving forwards. Big shift in sound, and backed by a stellar lineup here in Paul Masvidal and Sean Reinert of Cynic, and Steve DiGiorgio of basically every metal band in existence. You know where this one has to go. It's perfection. Then there's Gorefest with Mind Loss. Some more Dutch death metal for you with this debut. Relentless drumming and some pretty wicked soloing make this a solid listen. Lots of speed, but with a few slower, groovier moments as well. The production could be a little better, but this still plays pretty well alongside some of these Swedish albums here. Kind of meat and potatoes, so ultimately I still decided to put it at okay tier. Then there's Convulse with World Without God. Love the piano intro. Feels like we're starting a black metal album, and given that they're from Finland, I can hear how the rise of that sound in the region made it make more sense. Definitely some blackened vibes in those jangly guitar tremolos there, but the vocals are pure death metal with a deeper grunt more akin to Cannibal Corpse. There's quite a bit of doom energy spread throughout the album as well, but overall they seem to default to much more D-beat, which is what I like. Solid atmosphere, especially with those church bells on Putrid Intercourse. I'm putting this one at good tier. Then we have Unleashed with Where No Life Dwells. One last Swedish band here getting their start, but this debut has a little bit more bounce than most. It's got that entombed energy, but I don't know. The guitars just feel like they have a little bit more sass to them that I find more engaging than some of the others. Those D-beats on tracks like Before the Creation of Time certainly don't hurt either. There are some occasional doomy elements I'm not as fond of, but for the most part, it's kind of a banger. So put this one at great tier. We also have Edge of Sanity, Nothing But Dead Remains. I lied, I must have moved things around in the script. We got another debut from another big Swedish band, this one led by famed metal producer Dan the Man Sueno and the original Marduk vocalist Andreas Axelsson playing guitar. Definitely not their finest work. In fact, this is their second lowest fan-rated album on Metal Storm with a 6.7. If we continue the series though, they're extremely prolific, putting out an album almost every year of the 90s, with some fan favorites in 94 and 96 in particular. It's perfectly fine OSDM, but it's pretty much just doing what everyone else was doing. Much like Gorguts, they hadn't quite found their own sound yet, I would say. So yeah, this one is going to okay tier. Then we have Messiah with Choir of Horrors. Swiss death metal here, with this actually representing their third album already since 1986. This was their first major label release via Noise Records. Cool choir opening, fitting of the album title, and another one here with some progressive songwriting mixed in with the more straightforward sections, especially on tracks like Weeping Willow and Lycanthropus Erectus. I'm not in love with the vocals, but they are serviceable for the music, works really well. Awesome album. It's going to fantastic. We also have Mortification with Until the End. Australian Christian death metal here, formed in 1987 as Light Force, but with this being their debut LP. Plenty of grindcore energy in here, especially with the very punk and hardcore inspired drumming. I like that aspect and the chuggy triplets, but some of the chord progressions and vocals turn me off in their repetitive nature. Bathed in Blood is definitely a banger, and No Return rips. That said, as a whole, I would say it's just good tier. Then we have Grave with Into the Grave. More Swedes. Swedes everywhere. Another debut from the region, and once more carrying that entombed torch with the big cavernous production. I'd actually make the argument that this on some level feels like a better follow-up to Left Hand Path than Clandestine, between the overall atmosphere and stronger vocals in my opinion. Also, plenty of little earworm flavor hooks sprinkled throughout. Notably, this is arguably their most popular album overall too. I ended up putting it at great tier. Then we have Dismember with Like an Ever-Flowing Stream. We actually have every member of the Big Four of Swedish death metal pioneers represented on this list. This is their debut, and as mentioned on the previous list, the band was formed out of members of the short-lived band Carnage. As a huge fan of the Swedish buzzsaw sound and the melodic death metal bands that were influenced by the groundwork being laid here, I love this album and can understand why it's so highly lauded. From the guitar work to the insane D-beats to the great mixing, it's just the full package. Killer tracks here: Skin Her Alive, Bleed For Me, and Dismembered, just absolute bangers, and yeah, this is going to perfection. Then we have Therion with Of Darkness. As a fan of this band's modern, more symphonic material, it's again interesting to hear them sound so far removed from that with these modest death metal beginnings. Taken as its own thing, it's pretty competent in terms of performance, especially the guitars and drums, as well as strong production. The problem is that it at once sounds formulaic and kind of directionless, with even pretty mixed reviews at the time. The follow-up is much more interesting overall, but that's a conversation for the next video. This one is going to okay tier. And then we have Cannibal Corpse with Butchered at Birth. Chris going for some deeper, more brutal vocals on this one. Some really great songs on here. Gutted and Vomit the Soul, Bring the Groove, Innards Decay really got the drums and guitar working together like a well-oiled machine. A step up from the debut and a classic in its own right, though I will say it's not without its imperfections and lower points as a whole, especially when compared to the next two albums and, honestly, many of the other albums on this list. I'm going to put it at fantastic. All right, bonus album time again with Benediction with The Grand Leveler. Keeping the atmosphere, slowing things down to almost doom level in places, and the production still leaves something to be desired. Frankly, I found this one to be pretty dull, and I just don't have a ton to say about it, so it landed at okay. We also got a return of Master with On the Seventh Day. Same energy as the last one, but different vocals overall, I would say. Even more hardcore vibes to this one. Still plenty of raging riffs and ripping solos. Kind of feeling like it's pretty close to the debut, but not quite as good. So I'm going to put it at great tier. And then we have Protector with A Shedding of Skin. Imagine a thrash version of Cannibal Corpse, and that's basically this album. Just a chugging meat grinder of a record with plenty of killer groove on tracks like Thy Will Be Done and Whom Gods Destroy. Covered it a few times here on the channel, but forgot to include it on these lists, and I needed to fix that now, because this belongs at least fantastic and pretty high up at that. Only 3 years in, and I'm starting to regret my decision.
It'll be rewarding, they say.
Today we are ranking over 40 death metal albums from 1992, and we're starting with Deicide with Legion. The band considers this album to be its most difficult in its technicality and definitely sounds chaotic right from the beginning with Satan's Spawn. I can even hear elements of this album that were likely an inspiration to mathcore bands later in this same decade. Dead But Dreaming is strangely hypnotic, Trifixion fucking shreds, Revocate the Agitator is pummeling, and in spite of the chaos, it's a very tight album at just 8 tracks, over 29 minutes. It is going to perfection. Next up is Autopsy with Acts of the Unspeakable.
This is a particularly repetitious album. I've never been a fan of that approach to songwriting in general. I'd also argue this is among their doomiest albums overall, which is already a downside for me, but then even the faster parts here fail to get me moving or feeling anything. Very boring, kind of weak production. I actually don't even think there's a single track I can highlight on this one aside from maybe Battery Acid Enema, so this one is going to meh. Then we have Asphyx with Last on Earth. The Dutch death metalers back with their second album. Kind of sad when you know that Martin recorded his vocals alone, apparently not knowing he had already been kicked out of the band at the time. Regardless, strong performance from him and lots of great guitar work too. Serenade in Lead is a rager in particular, really still holding on to a lot of that original death sound. And even as your resident doom hater, I enjoy this quite a bit thanks to the great pacing. There are plenty of slower moments, but they never linger on any of them long enough for me to get bored. Common favorite among fans, I'm going to put it at amazing. Next up is Hypocrisy with Penetralia. If you ask me, Hypocrisy is a much better melodeath band than this more standard death metal debut. They're working off of the same overall blueprint of their fellow Swedes, but I just don't think there was much of a grasp on writing as good of songs. Tracks are frequently repetitive, and I find the vocals pretty irritating. Good band, but definitely not the best for a debut. I'm going to put this one at okay. Then we have Mortification with Scrolls of the Megaloth. The Australian Christian death metalers back for their sophomore effort, continuing with some similar elements as the debut, but leaning much more into death metal and away from thrash and grind. The songs feel tighter and more imposing. Love Terminate Damnation, more great speed on Eternal Lamentation, killer bass on Raise the Chalice, nice atmospheric touches on the Raging Requiem, but there are others like Lymphosarcoma that I find a little repetitious and annoying. Good stuff, but just has a hard time competing with some of the higher stuff here, so I'm going to put it at good. Then we have At the Gates with The Red in the Sky Is Ours. Another band that definitely didn't quite have their sound yet on the first album, with almost more of a grindy vibe in some areas. Also, the guitars and drums have kind of an early black metal sound. I like the use of strings, and just further emphasizing even more of the melodic side of the guitar sound that at this point had been driven largely by the likes of Entombed and Dismember in a more straightforward and heavy direction. They only got better from here, but within the context of what was coming out this year, it's cool to see them just carving out what would become known as the Gothenburg sound. I'm putting this one at fantastic, and I just realized I already messed up. Expect me to probably do this more. This one was, Asphyx was at amazing. Yo, we have so many more albums to go, but if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button and also comment below your favorite death metal albums from 1992. Let me know where you agree, where you disagree. This is all just my opinion, and if you're new here, subscribe because I do videos like this twice a week. But next up, we have Amorphous with the Carillion Isthmus. This band has gone through a lot of iterations of their sound, but this debut is an interesting mix of old school and melodic death metal. I'd compare it most closely to Dark Tranquillity's The Gallery, but interwoven with some early Amon Amarth. I dig the subtle synth atmosphere, but the songwriting can be a little bit clunky, and the vocal performances leave something to be desired. Another more unique listen on here, I'm going to put it at great tier. Then we have Malevolent Creation with Retribution. These Florida legends following up an already strong debut, and this time with Rob Barrett of Cannibal Corpse on lead for even more vicious results. Great riffing that feels like scorching flames all around alongside the unnerving rumble of the bass, and another intense vocal performance from Brett. That scream on Coronation of Our Domain alone is worth checking out. Pure speeded violence all the way through, just the way I like it. No lulls, no breaks, and great production too. It flies by at around 30 minutes and leaves me wanting to start it all over again, so it is going to perfection. Then there's Morpheus Descends with Ritual of Infinity. The only full-length album from this New York death metal band. Pretty standard buzzy death metal with a fairly muddled live-sounding production job and pretty Cannibal Corpse-like vocals. It's solid and enjoyable, but also feels kind of forgettable in comparison to some of the other choices here. Kind of the definition of meat and potatoes to me. So it's going to meh. And I want to reiterate that really every album on this list has something to enjoy. I don't think there are any truly bad albums on here. I really don't like this Autopsy record, but it's still, you know, it's got its charm. Then we have Incantation with Onward to Golgotha. Despite not being a huge fan of this band in general, this is one of the albums I do think is worthy of your time. Very cavernous sound like blazing hellfire. I could see how this was probably an influence on the likes of Portal and Alterage. The drums sound great, love the atmosphere. It's very dark and evil sounding, but I will say it starts to get a little repetitive again, even just a few tracks in. Even so, it's got some killer moments, and as one of the higher fan-rated albums on Metal Storm, I think it deserves to be at least probably at great tier. Then we have Edge of Sanity with Unorthodox. My biggest complaint of the debut was that it just wasn't really doing anything to stand out, but with the effectively titled Unorthodox, they have remedied that problem big time. Right from the top, Enigma takes some pretty drastic twists and turns from your more standard OSDM tropes to organ and clean singing to big melodeath atmosphere. I'd compare it to, again, Amon Amarth in years to come. Maybe a little overlong and at times a bit too doomy, but if you want a unique listen on this list, this one is a must, so it is going to amazing. Then there's Accidental Suicide with Deceased. Another band on this list with just one full-length release. Unfortunately, in this case, the results don't pan out for me, despite being Milwaukee natives, where I spent a fair amount of time as a kid. They play into all of the worst elements of death doom that plagued all of my least favorite Autopsy albums. I find it all very dull and repetitious. There's an appropriate, miserable atmosphere, but it's not enough to keep me interested. Unknown is a killer track, though. I don't think it's quite at the bottom. I'm going to put it at okay tier. Then there's Sinister with Cross the Styx. Out of the Netherlands, these guys actually have 14 albums under their belt, this being number 1, but I feel like you rarely hear their name. And it's a shame too, because they really come in hot with this one. Killer drumming from primary member Ad Kloostervoort, if I said that anywhere near correctly, and some pretty wicked guitar work too, with plenty of earworm hooks. Just a really tightly performed and constructed album. No bells and whistles, but honed to perfection. I'm going to put it at fantastic. Then we have Obituary with The End Complete. Alan West coming back on guitar here from the debut. Certainly not a bad album, but it kind of feels like a rehash without the same impact. A few of these tracks are a little bit more on the bland side, like In the End of Life. There are some stronger parts too, but it's just not enough to keep me fully engaged. The drums sound great though. Maybe gonna piss some people off with this one, but I'm just putting this at good tier. Then we have Demigod with Slumber of Sullen Eyes. Getting the Finns up on the list here with their critically lauded debut album that Terrorizer also put in their top 40 death metal albums list. Full admission, I had not heard this prior to making the list, but that's a big part of why I do these. Not only do I get to get you excited about things you haven't heard, but also fill in some of my own blind spots. And man, is this a must listen. They take plenty of notes from their Swedish neighbors with the buzzsaw guitar tone and implementation of more melodic leads to spectacular effect. The Forlorn and Towards the Shredded Eternity are among my favorites on this one. It is going to perfection. Then we have Vital Remains with Let Us Pray. The debut album from this Rhode Island death metal band I did a tier list for over a year ago. There's this very caveman aggression, but balanced out with some more blackened sounding synths and even Middle Eastern sounding melodies for a touch of class. Fun use of samples too. The riffs can get a little repetitive, especially on Pure Unholiness and Frozen Terror, but overall I enjoyed it. I'm going to put it at great tier. Then there's Napalm Death with Utopia Banished. The band's last true death metal album before transitioning to more alternative groove and industrial influences for the remainder of the decade. Also the first album with Danny Herrera on drums. I'd say it's about on par with Harmony Corruption. I see some people put this one a bit lower, but I appreciate that they put a bit more grindcore speed back into this one. Better production too. Still not among my favorites from this band, but if you're just focusing on death metal of 1992, it's quite solid. So I'm going to put it at amazing. And we have Baphomet with The Dead Shall Inherit. I feel like this is a step down from the debut in that any of the interesting thrash and speed riffing and technical flourishes have been abandoned in favor of pretty paint-by-numbers death metal, to the point that when listening I kept thinking of the phrase, "we have Cannibal Corpse at home." There are some highlights like Valley of the Dead and Torn Soul, but for the most part I find this to be very dull, so putting it at meh. Then we have Nocturnus with Thresholds. A slight step down from the debut in my opinion, but there are still plenty of impressive technical and progressive performances here. They just feel a little bit more loose and chaotic early on, and the production doesn't always help either. Still love these synth elements on tracks like Nocturne in B minor and Aquatica, good groove on Arctic Crypt. The acoustic part on the latter also gives me proto-Opeth vibes. Love the thrash energy on Subterranean Infiltrator. Criticisms aside, still a cut above many of these, and I love the cover art, really setting the stage for other bands like Vector. I'm going to put it at fantastic. Then we have Messiah with Rotten Parish. Swiss death metalers back for album number 4 on this one, and only leaning further into some very death-sounding progressive death metal. This album has a seriously promising run of opening songs mixing complex performances with solid grooves. They lose me a little bit after lines of A Thought of a Convicted Man, with what I would consider to be some style over substance issues and meandering songwriting. But even so, there's a lot to soak in here and reflect on above your average death metal release. So I'm putting it at great tier. Then we have Order from Chaos with Stillbirth Machine. In many ways, I'd argue that this Kansas City band has more of a black metal sound, and it had an influence on the early scene in the US, but there's still plenty of death metal in there as well. Super raw, super primal, another one that feels more like I'm listening to a live performance a la Death Crush. Also very simplistic. I like it enough, but again, for this list, it just doesn't make much of a dent for me, so putting it at okay tier. Then we have Cemetery with an Evil Shade of Grey. Some more Swedish death metal with more melodic influences, loving the interplay of the lead guitars and synths for some more blackened vibes, also nice use of acoustic guitar on Where the Rivers of the Madness Stream and an Evil Shade of Grey, great drumming and pace changes on Dark Illusions. I tend to appreciate albums that take you on more of a dynamic journey, and this definitely does that in a very focused package. 8 songs, all of them equally engaging and memorable. It is going to perfection. Then there's Pertinence with Member of Immortal Damnation. The Finnish death metal debut coming in with emphasis on the doom on Black Vision, but it takes a few turns from there. One of the most unpleasant kick drum sounds, though, I've ever heard. The acoustic interlude is nice to break things up, but as a whole, the production on this is pretty off-putting, and then tracks like The Lost Memories are kind of a slog until you get to the good parts, so I'm gonna put this one at meh. Then there's Vader with The Ultimate Incantation. I'm a huge fan of this Polish death metal band, and while their debut isn't one of my favorites in their discography, its thrashy riffs are definitely worthy of the spotlight here, thanks in no small part to serious bangers like Dark Age and my personal favorite, Final Massacre. It may lack some of the more interesting and developed touches I like about later albums like Litany and Impressions in Blood, but man, is this record just thirsty for speed and aggression. It is going to fantastic. Then we have Polluted Inheritance with Ecocide. The first of just 3 albums from this Netherlands band, plenty of infectious chuggy guitar work that's definitely a highlight of the entire album, but I'm not really feeling the vocal performance and overall songwriting. There's some really headbang-worthy moments, but not a ton of tracks I really love all the way through. Lots of potential here, but the guitars just can't quite carry it alone, so it is going to okay. Then there's Impetigo with Horror of the Zombies. These Bloomington Madmen following up their 1990 debut with their second and final album, though they have done a number of splits and EPs going up to as recently as 2023. More death metal heavy on the grindcore influences and horror and gore imagery broken up by movie samples. I have to say though, the debut is just so unhinged and batshit insane that this feels a little bit more safe in comparison. But don't get me wrong, it's still ugly and insane, but I just find myself less intrigued with its particular brand of madness for whatever reason. Cannibal Ballet is pretty unique though. I'm gonna put this one at good tier. Then we have Babylon Sad with Curie. Another group this is my first time hearing of. They are from Switzerland and only have this single record in their discography, featuring former members of Messiah and also the drummer of even weirder technical band Mekong Delta. As such, they're another progressive band in the vein of Death, Atheist, and Cynic, but with a more avant-garde twist and synth player. It's a little clunky and uneven, and the spoken word parts are annoying, but I appreciate its very unique feel and overall atmosphere, so this one is also going to great tier. Then we have Lemming Project with Hate and Despise. One of just 2 full-length albums from this German death metal band, obscure enough that at the time of my note-taking here, there were no fan ratings from Metal Storm. All the more reason to hype them up to all of you here, though, because I really dig their early melodeath sound and would even argue that they give At the Gates a run for their money here. It has a similar sentiment and approach to both guitar and vocals, right up my alley. It's discovering albums again like this that makes me most excited to do these lists, as daunting as they can be. The ranking really is the least important part, but I'm going to put it at fantastic. Then we have God Dethroned with The Christ Hunt. The debut album from these Dutch death metalers, though not quite yet in their prime. You won't find this record on their Spotify page either. Solid guitar work, wicked soloing, and a whole lot of blast beats alongside some very reverb-soaked growls. There are some occasional surprise touches like the violin on Christ Carnage. Good, but it feels a little lacking in ultimate direction, so yeah, it's going to good tier. Then we have Atrocity with Todessehnsucht. A little more German death metal for you here, with the title translating to Longing for Death. Definitely another weird one, combining elements of doom, technical death metal, and avant-garde into another one of the more memorable and impressive releases on this list, giving us plenty to chew on beyond the usual OSDM blueprint. Hearing plenty of influences from Death's more progressive era, with them even outright covering their song Archangel, also elements of Atheist and Gorguts, though I don't think the songwriting is quite as strong. I'm going to put this one at amazing. Then we have Flesh Crawl with Descend into the Absurd. Another German band, but unfortunately one that really leans into the death doom. I find this album to be very bland and boring, and then there are parts like purulent, God, that word is so hard to say, bowel erosion, that I find downright obnoxious. Frankly, this is one of my least favorites overall, putting it at meh. Then we have Gorefest with False. Killer Dutch death metalers returning with their sophomore album, and it is a slapper. The drums in particular really stand out here, both in performance and some crisp production that really makes each strike pop. But aside from that, the guitar work is also top-notch in its searing violence, more great mix of speed and atmosphere, really culminating in the epic closing harmonized leads of the Mass Insanity. The vocals could be a little better, but I love it otherwise, and it's a big step up from the debut. It is going to fantastic. In fact, I'm going to put it at the top of fantastic. Then we have Cenotaph with The Gloomy Reflection of Our Hidden Sorrows. The one Mexican death metal album on this list, featuring bass and vocals from Daniel Corchado of The Chasm and my favorite incantation album, Diabolical Conquest. Unfortunately, this is another one that's a little too doomy for my taste. Some standout faster parts and fun little bass breaks here and there, but ultimately it just doesn't do a whole lot for me. I'm putting it at okay. Then we have Pandemonium with Dawn of Dreams. Swedish avant-garde death metal led by producer extraordinaire and Hypocrisy member Dan Sueno on bass and keys. It can be a little doomy and kind of basic when it comes to guitar, but they make up for it with all these spooky effects and surprise blasts of organ, violin, and saxophone. Another incredibly unique listen, unlike anything else on this list, really. Part of me also wonders if it was an influence on groups like Imperial Triumphant, so it is going to amazing. Then we have Kumkan with Megatrends in Brutality. If you were wondering what Lars Goran Petrov was busy with during his temporary firing from Entombed, he acts as session vocalist on this album alongside fellow Swedes and band leaders Rasmus Ekman, Pelle Strom, and a drum machine credited as the imaginary Anders Green. It's got kind of a death and roll vibe to it, with an interesting mix of grindcore D-beat and the more Swedish sounding guitars and atmosphere. The phrase that most comes to mind is fun, but a little sloppy, so I'm gonna put it at good tier. Then there's Necrophiliac with Chaopula, Citadel of Mirrors. A little death metal from Spain on the menu here with their only album of the 90s. They wouldn't make a follow-up for another 28 years. My vote for the most demented vocals on this list, and maybe Bongo, as he goes by, just sounds like that, but it definitely feels like there's some effects work going on there too, in some places. Credit also for some pretty wild album art here though from Luis Alfaro, and Cyclic Pathology of Natura is a jam. I'm gonna put this one at OK. Then we have Sentinex with Subconscious Lobotomy. Another first-time record from Sweden, more use of early black metal sounding synths alongside more fairly standard sounding death metal. This is another one where the approach to songwriting gets on my nerves at times with just seeming to do the same thing over and over and over again, so it landed at meh tier. Then there's Seance with Forever Laid to Rest. Following up their debut demo in 1991, this is the Swedish band's first full-on LP, and it's a doozy. Great balance of speed, heaviness, and atmosphere, still feeling the impact of Left Hand Path, but they put their own more brutal twist on it, mixing in plenty of Cannibal Corpse energy as well. Great opener in Who Will Not Be Dead, and love the sudden pace change and very Rain in Blood sounding chugs on The Blessing of Death. Guitar work courtesy of current and former members of Witchery and The Haunted. Tight runtime too at just over 30 minutes. I'm putting it at great tier. Then there's Therion with Beyond Sanctorum. Like I said in the 91 ranking video, it's so interesting as a fan of this band's more modern material to hear them sound like something so far removed from that. Even so, they already have a better harnessing of atmosphere than a lot of bands on this list, and they are beginning to step into their symphonic wheelhouse with moody gothic tracks like Symphony of the Dead. But then they can also get just as heavy as anyone else here on others like Cthulhu. Super memorable riffs on that one. A few songs go on a bit too long, but other than that, it's a very interesting listen. I'm going to put it at amazing. Then there's Unleashed with Shadows in the Deep. I enjoyed this Swedish band's debut in the previous video, but I don't find myself quite as engaged with this one. It's a bit slower and more groove focused, and then the vocal patterns feel kind of lazy. That said, Shadows in the Deep is a head bobber. I can see why it's the most played track on the album by far, and I'm sure Amon Amarth again took some notes from this one. Never Ending Hate is also good for something on the faster side. I'm going to put it at good tier, somewhere in here. And then we have Monstrosity with Imperial Doom. This Florida band debut features the one and only George Corpsegrinder Fisher on vocals prior to joining Cannibal Corpse, and he already gives a very strong performance here. And as if that wasn't enough, you also get John Rubin of Malevolent Creation and Jason Goebel of Cynic, delivering some seriously sick guitar work ranging from more traditional, old-school flavor to progressive leanings. Hell of a drum performance too from Lee Harrison, also of Malevolent Creation. Just a full package here and captured with some pretty fantastic production for the time too. No wonder this was well received critically on release, and for me, I think it may actually be my favorite album on this entire list at perfection. And then of course we have Cannibal Corpse with Tomb of the Mutilated. Hammer Smash Face was one of the first death metal songs that I had ever heard, and just a masterclass of how to write brutal music that is somehow also catchy. Also my first time seeing a death metal band, going all the way back to my Jim Carrey-filled childhood with Ace Ventura. And fortunately, it isn't a one-trick pony either, with other great tracks like Split Wide Open. Some awesome D-beats and also some thrashier riffs and wicked bass, and probably some of the wildest track names in their career that I'm just not going to read this time because I learned my lesson when I did the Cannibal Corpse discography tier list that ended up with limited ads. If you ask me, this is a huge step up from Butchered at Birth and easily my favorite of the Barnes era. Pretty crisp production too for the time, so it also has to go to perfection. All right, we have just one bonus album for 1992 with Grave with You'll Never See. Very solid D-beat and HM2 infused follow-up to the debut, mostly full speed ahead, but with the occasional melodic twist as with Severing Flesh. Good times. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Some serious classics on this list, and also the longest one so far.
There's too many of them! Then I better crunch the numbers.
Today we are ranking over 40 death metal albums from 1993, and we're starting with Cynic and Focus. Another absolute classic from these progressive death metal legends fusing their Floridian roots with jazz. Definitely some cross-pollination here with Death and Atheist, making for quality, if not at times more ambitious songwriting and performances. Veil of Maya is an incredible opener, and it only continues to broaden out from there stylistically. There's a reason why you'll find this on so many best death metal and progressive lists, despite it being their only 90s release. So this one is going to perfection. Then we have Brutality with Screams of Anguish. The debut full-length from this Florida band in the wake of a series of demos. I see some people really enjoying this, but personally for me, it's another one with some solid guitar work and impressive soloing, but a vocal performance that really just does nothing for me, and the production isn't really great either. So it is going to meh tier. Then we have Gorguts with The Erosion of Sanity. Hearing more death influence and some prog elements seeping into this second album. Still not full tilt Gorguts, but the increased technicality definitely makes for a more interesting listen. Really solid stuff. Dropped from the label leading up to a 5-year hiatus, though, with only Luc Lemay remaining. But I like this album a lot, so I'm putting it at amazing. Then there's Hypocrisy with Osculum Obscenum. The second album from this Swedish band, fronted by the also famous producer Peter Tätgren. Similar to my notes on the debut, I'm more of a fan of this band's transition into the melodic death metal sound that they're more known for today. This is still much more of a pure death metal record, and while it's not terrible, it's always struck me as pretty far down overall quality in terms of their totem pole, if you will. The vocals especially, some cool bass and guitar parts, but overall I would say this is just okay. Then we have Cancer with The Sins of Mankind. This UK band's third album, again drawing some comparisons to fellow Brits Carcass with their guitar work. Unfortunately, the execution is a little messy and the production is even worse, which the comparison only makes more noticeable, I would say. Even so, I have fun with this album and I like the proggy riffs, kind of calling back to Carcass's last album in particular. So I'm going to put this one at fantastic. Very strong, just has some minor qualms. Then we have Edge of Sanity with The Spectral Sorrows. Album number 3 from these Swedes, featuring producer Dan Sueno, now more fully transitioning into the progressive and melodic death metal sound. There's still plenty of old school here, but they meld together for some pretty spectacular moments, like with those skanky beats on Living Hell and the riffing on The Mask feeling like a precursor to some of my favorite albums of The Haunted and Soilwork. On the flip side, there is some slower stuff like Lost that I'm just not that into, and I'm not in love with the clean vocals on tracks like Blood of My Enemies either. I'm going to put this one overall at good tier. Then we have Dismember with Indecent and Obscene. The sophomore album from this big four of Swedish death metal band. Still really enjoying the ferocious riffs, but I feel like the vocals don't work for me quite as well on this one. That said, there are some interesting developments too, with some tracks that feel like there's rock and alternative influences, a la Helmet. Makes me think of Napalm Death during their later 90s as well. Enjoyable, and Soul Devourer is a banger. Some people like this one more, but I definitely prefer the debut overall. I'm putting it at great tier. Y'all, of course, we have plenty more albums to go, but if you're enjoying the video so far, help me out by hitting the like button. If you don't like the video, hit the dislike button. It's all engagement to me. Comment below, too, your favorite and least favorite death metal albums of 1993, and also anything that you would have added to this list. But next up, we have Necrophobic with The Nocturnal Silence. The debut album from this Swedish band named after the song of the same name off of Slayer's Rain and Blood. Good mix of the entombed buzzsaw D-beat sound with some more melodic at the gates sounding riffs. The lineup features David Vincent Parland, also of Dark Funeral, on keys and guitars. Great production and atmosphere. Love the organ on the Nocturnal Silence and that cascading riff on Shadows of the Moon. This one rocketed all the way up to perfection. And we got Dark Tranquility with Skydancer. The debut from one of my favorite bands of all time. Anders does vocals here from In Flames, and the jump from this to The Gallery is kind of night and day, but still really interesting if a little bit all over the place, a little lacking in focus. Production can be rough at times too. Definitely among my least favorite releases to revisit from the band, which says something considering this is one of my all-time favorite discographies. But even despite some of the really aggressive moments, I'm kind of bored on a lot of this too, so it's just going to okay tier. But we'll have much nicer things to say about this band moving forwards. Then we have At the Gates and With Fear I Kiss the Burning Darkness. Sick title, perfectly capturing the mixture of heaviness and dark atmosphere, further setting the blueprint for the Gothenburg melodeath movement. Some steps up from the last one with more cool dynamics on songs like Light of Christ, The Break of Autumn, and The Architects. Lots of neat little start-stop moments in terms of performances. Pretty solid effort, if a little gloomy. Not one of my overall favorites from them, but really great stuff, and especially in this year it stands out. So it's going to amazing.
Amazing!
Then we have Wombbath with Internal Caustic Torments. Another Swedish death metal debut. This is actually their only 90s full length, and they wouldn't put out another one until 2015, which I recall enjoying a lot. This one, on the other hand, feels a little bit late to the party for what it's doing, and also kind of redundant as a result. Sort of a cross between the Entombed Dismember kind of sound and early Cannibal Corpse, the latter especially in the very Chris Barnes sounding vocals. Kind of forgettable overall. Nothing's really terrible on this list, I would say, but yeah, this one landed at meh for me. Then we have Suffocation with Breeding the Spawn. Noticeably thinner production on this one due to some financial issues with Roadrunner Records. I will say, though, that the bass sounds pretty rad, and the songwriting and performances only get more complex, dynamic, and technical. So I'm kind of a defender of this album. Lots of great tracks on here, honestly. Beginning of Sorrow, Breeding the Spawn, Epitaph of the Credulous. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then we have Pandemonium with Chaos. Back with the second album from this Swedish avant-garde death metal band, and I was intrigued to hear it after checking out the debut last time. Another expansive and often strange fusion of everything and the kitchen sink. It's as if whatever genre hit the dartboard, they switched to that on the fly. Definitely makes for one of the more interesting and unique listens on this list, but I do wish the vocals also had more dynamics to go along with it. They can be kind of distractingly dull in comparison to everything else, so I split the difference on this one. It's going to good tier. Then we have Disincarnate with Dreams of the Carrion Kind. The one and only album from this band founded by guitarist James Franklin Murphy of Cancer, Obituary, Death, and Testament fame. That's quite the pedigree. Another killer injection of progressive death metal, pulling especially from the death side of things, but I can really hear DNA from all of those bands here. Awesome guitar and drumming across the board. Vocals could be a little more interesting, but as a whole, this is a must listen and landed at fantastic. Then another big one here, we have Morbid Angel with Covenant. Breakthrough album thanks in part to God of Emptiness being featured on Beavis and Butthead. More satanic and religious themes influenced Portal and Dead Congregation. More fusions here of the heavy and more atmospheric elements on tracks like Rapture, Vengeance is Mine, and World of Shit, and also plenty of great riffs and dynamic moments, making for an all-around more memorable experience overall. This one's going to perfection. Then there's Malevolent Creation with Stillborn. The third album from this Florida band, and unfortunately it feels like a step down, which may have something to do with the circumstances around recording and conflicts with label, again Roadrunner, who would have thought, who ended up dropping them. Some solid guitar work, but the songwriting is clunky and the vocal performance comes off as pretty bland, which is all the more distracting considering it's the loudest thing in the mix. Feels like people recording out of obligation instead of passion, which makes for a pretty dull listen in my opinion. So I'll be interested in the comments if people really disagree with me on this, but this is just okay to me. Then we have Pestilence with Spheres. The final album before a 14-year hiatus from 1994 to 2008, experimenting with a more progressive sound, guitars, synthesizers, and jazz influences. More fun proggy guitar work, but the songwriting does get a little avant-garde to the point where it feels like style over substance, very spacey as well. A little messy and meandering, but with solid performances. I also like the little interludes, reminds me of PC gaming back in the 90s. So I know I was being a little bit critical there, but I'd still say this wound up at amazing for me. Then there's Sinister with Diabolical Summoning. Very chuggy stuff from this Netherlands band's second album, love the bass tone. Another one I see fairly strong fan ratings for, but I find it to be a little bit generic. The vocals could use some more dynamics, and the songwriting in general just doesn't strike me as particularly memorable. A fine listen, just nothing too special. This one's going to good tier. Then there's Mortification with Post-Momentary Affliction. The third album from this Christian Australian death metal group, this time pulling more from their roots in thrash. Solid mix of groove and speed with a little doom in there. I feel like the mix could be a little better, but overall I just dig the energy of this one. I also appreciate the variation in vocals and general dynamics I find missing in some of these other albums, and great bass too. That solo in particular is wicked. I am going to put this one at great tier. Then we have Ill Disposed with 4 Depressive Seasons. Danish death metal debut. The music and general atmosphere is wicked, but you have to really crank the volume to even hear it. Seems like a pretty fixable mix to me. Getting a little left-hand path along with some black metal sounding elements, great pacing and dynamics, good mix of ripping, tearing blast beats, and more ominous, slower sections. This one landed at fantastic for me, and someone please remaster this. Then we have Rotrivore with Iniquitous. The only full-length album from this US band, but they are still apparently active despite the last release being an EP from 2013. Fairly basic, but with a real emphasis on brutality in the vocals. I also like when they turn up the reverb on the snarls for a truly cavernous effect. I saw some reviewers on Metal Archives call this an underrated classic, but I struggled to remember anything of real substance after listening to it. The riffs are about as meat and potatoes as they come, so yeah, even though it's a decently enjoyable listen, it's still landed at meh for me. Then we have Carcass with Heartwork. One of the true blueprints of melodic death metal as we know it, and from one of the most stylistically flexible bands out there. I love the fusion of their extreme roots with the melodic hooks. A great album all the way through, but my personal favorites here are Carnal Forge, No Love Lost, and Death Certificate. This also features artwork from H.R. Geiger, number 51 on Rolling Stone's 100 Greatest Metal Albums of All Time, and it's got to go to perfection. Then we have Brujeiro with Matando Gueros. A rare death metal album from Mexico on this list, and one covering a broad array of topics from drug trafficking and border crossing to satanic rituals. I see this cover art making the rounds a lot too for being controversial, considering it is a real image from a shock newspaper. I think the album is a little bit more interesting to talk about as opposed to being a good listen though, musically. It feels very thrown together and even improvisational at times. You could argue it's also a little bit more grindy, so yeah, this one went to okay for me. Then we have Benediction with Transcend the Rubicon. The third album from this UK band that I also unintentionally missed both on the 1990 and 1991 lists, sorry about that. Notably, Barney Greenway was also an early vocalist for this band, but here it's Dave Ingram, who has also played with Bolt Thrower, including on the album Honor, Valor, Pride. Solid album here with lots of great riffing and dynamic songwriting. It actually does feel like kind of a more progressive take on those death metal era Napalm Death records, so I'm going to put this one at amazing. Really had a good time with it. Then there's Excruciate with Passage of Life. Another one-album wonder with this now defunct Swedish band. For some reason, Spotify has this album credited as a 1991 release, but everywhere else it said 93. Another fairly basic album overall. It does have some surprise pace changes that caught me off guard, but overall this one was also meh for me. Then there's Macabre with Sinister Slaughter.
What is that sound?
The second album following up Gloom in 1989 from this group out of Downers Grove, Illinois, not far from where I grew up. Pretty sure I saw some high school football games there. My friend familiarized me to this group with the 2000s album Dahmer, following the major events in the life of the serial killer of the same name. This album, though, covers a broad array of serial killers, and I kind of enjoyed the Sgt. Pepper's Serial Killer Edition parody cover art, which pretty much sums it all up. Their particular mix of death, thrash, and grind with a dark sense of humor is definitely not for everyone. And in particular, whenever they include the squeaky falsetto vocals, my ears start to bleed and I laugh uncontrollably. That aside, plenty of solid riffs, the production is decent, it's kind of a fun listen, so yeah, give it a spin. Like anything else on this list, I put it at good tier. Then we have Pathologist with grinding opus of forensic medical problems. The second and final album from this Czechia death and gore grind band, another album that really emphasizes the ugliest parts of the genre with belchy vomit vocals and grimy production. The phrase impressively sickening comes to mind. It's disgusting, but also pretty fun. A lot of times these vocals can strike me as annoying, but it all comes together pretty well here, so I'm gonna put this one at great tier. Then we have Merciless with Colored Funeral. I almost neglected to put France on the board for a second time with this sophomore death thrash album. Killer melodic riffing, giving Sweden a run for their money, and with plenty of breakneck speed to go with it. The vocals are a little one note, but the excellent mix and production job really brings everything into perfect balance. So yeah, this one is going to fantastic. Then we have Sentenced with North From Here. The second album from this Finnish band I unfortunately also missed on the 1991 list. It's hard to keep up with everything, y'all. I try my best. They're more known these days for gothic metal, but their early work here is more technical and melodic death metal. Much like Therion, though, I can already hear some of their inclination towards atmosphere on this release. Great riffing and comparisons to At the Gates. I also really like the vocal performance. Each syllable cuts like a knife. Some cool moments for the bass, too, as on Wings. Really enjoyed this album. So much so, I'm putting it at perfection. Then we have Acrostichon with Engraved in Black. Netherlands band following up several demos and splits with their first LP, and I gotta say, I think it's pretty shit, honestly. Like, bland vocals, messy performances, unfocused songwriting. Again, if you love it, more power to you. I am not the end-all be-all here. I don't think that my opinion is the only one. But yeah, it is going to meh tier, and to quote Mr. Horse from Ren and Stimpy.
No, sir, I didn't like it.
Then we have Morgoth with Odium. The second album from this German group, pretty interesting sound, kind of having elements that remind me of Sepultura mixed with Obituary, and at times some very crossover thrash sounding vocals. Very unique vibe and ahead of its time. Love the drumming. Under the Surface also has a very harmonic heavy hook that feels like it could have influenced Queens of the Stone Age of all things. Among the most interesting albums here, if lacking some focus, so I'm going to put this one at fantastic. Then we have Unleashed with Across the Open Sea. Album 3 from these Swedes, continuing to lean ever further into Norse mythology. Weaker production and mix though. It feels kind of like a garage recording. And I'm surprised to see fan ratings putting this as high as the last two. I think the songs are pretty cool, but again, I'm just distracted by the recording. It just feels like they should be much grander sounding than they are. So that landed this at okay for me. Then there's God Macabre with The Winter Long. The only LP from this defunct Swedish band, I'd compare this album sound to certain Autopsy albums in the alternations between punky D-beats and doomier sections, but I actually think that the pacing is better overall, and the deeper you get in, the more atmosphere picks up. So I'm going to put this one at good tier. Then we have Pyrexia with Sermon of Mockery. Another debut, this one out of New York and focused very much on the brutal side of the genre, definitely picking up notes of both Suffocation and Cannibal Corpse. Solid production with plenty of impact to the drums and lots of speed. Kind of imitating things that had already been done though, but it's done so tightly and effectively that I'd argue in some cases they do it better. So I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then there's Demolish with Nespith. I've had this Finnish death metal debut recommended to me a number of times, and with its technical guitar work and more avant-garde songwriting, I can totally see why. Proggy riffs play alongside gurgly vocals in a way that modern audiences might compare to the likes of Artificial Brain and Afterbirth. Maybe a little repetitive, but even so, I can always vibe to this one. Shame that this was their only full length, because it is very good, and I'm putting it at amazing. Then we have Electrocution with Inside the Unreal. Another debut album, this one coming to us from Italy, and it definitely hooked me in with that transition into the groove on opening track Premature Burial. Pretty gnarly vocal moments too. Also great bass and drumming on the techie Rising of Infection. More killer songwriting and engaging pacing. Underrated and under-discussed, I would say, which is why it's going to fantastic. Then we have Damaged with Do Not Spit. Another debut LP, this time from Australia, and this is just pure chaos, but not in a good way. Really annoying vocals, more groove metal, but not in a like fun, interesting way. And yeah, this is going to meh tier. Then we have Unanimated with In the Forest of the Dreaming Dead. The first album from this Swedish melodic death metal band inspired by Dismember. Lots of chilling, cascading guitar tremolos, and also drawing comparisons to Dissection. And there's also a Venom cover. And speaking of black metal, there's plenty of that energy in these spooky synths as well. The vocals bring down my enjoyment a bit, but otherwise this is a very strong recommendation that I'm going to put at amazing. Then there's Ceremonial Oath with The Book of Truth. The first of just 2 albums from this Swedish group featuring members that would go on to play with Hammerfall, Tiamat, In Flames, and Cemetery. It can go pretty hard, but isn't above throwing in a bluesy solo and some groove either. Some pretty damn fine melodically tinged riffing in general. The main issue for me here are the frankly pretty obnoxious vocals, which go for a very grindy kind of rah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah approach. No finesse, just random screaming. Far from the worst thing on this list, but not something I'd choose to revisit over some of the other choices. Far from the worst thing on this list, but not something I'd choose to revisit over some of the other choices here. So it's going to okay. Then we have Atheist with Elements. I keep saying it, but these guys are always just ahead of their time. It's kind of like if Primus made death metal. The bass absolutely cooks, and the drumming and guitar work are just in a league of their own. There's also a crazy like flamenco acoustic section. Vocals get a little goofier in places on this one, but on some level that also adds to its uniqueness within the genre. I don't think it's quite as tight as the first two. A little looser and jammier. Goes a bit overboard with the soloing in places, but still going to fantastic. Then we have Mortis Skuld with Dying Remains. The The debut album from this Milwaukee, Wisconsin band. I actually just listened to the latest album, Creation Undone, a little while back. Really dig the production and overall sound. The faster parts in particular are great, but the doomier sections detract from it a bit for me. So a bit of a mixed bag, but in this case I'd say it's even more so based on personal taste. I could see plenty of others ranking this higher. For me, I ended up putting it at good tier. Then we have Morgue with Eroded Thoughts. More pretty raw death metal with some bluesy rock solos and a bit of a garage recording quality. I do appreciate some of the proggier leanings of the guitar work, maybe some mild comparisons to Carcass on that front, but overall the effect is still largely one of brute force. And overall the presentation and execution feels a little lackluster, so this one also wound up at meh. Then we have Apophis with Gateway to the Underworld. Another debut album from Germany, this time with inspirations from Egyptian mythology and the occult. Pretty cool psychedelic cover art too, already setting it apart from many of the others on this list. Very dense musicianship with more progressive leanings and a cool atmosphere. I saw some lower scores out there for this one, but for me it's another that scratches that itch for things that stand out from everyone else. Comparable in some ways to Atheist, but with a darker tone. Yeah, for me this wound up at amazing and kind of high up at that. Then we have Eucharist with A Velvet Creation. Another Swedish band in a similar vein of At the Gates, but unfortunately I'd say here the comparison hurts it as it lacks the same energy and intensity in my opinion. I do really like the title track, especially the drum beat. Once My Eyes Moved Mountains is also very good. Solid album, but just doesn't quite hit the same highs as the others here do for me. So it landed at good tier, maybe like around here. And then we have Death with Individual Thought Patterns. One of their best lineups of all time, in my opinion, with Chuck alongside Andy LaRocque on guitar, Steve DiGiorgio on fretless bass, and Gene freaking Hoglan on drums. To me, this feels like the perfect melding of the speed and intensity of the early albums with some of the more technical and melodic elements of Human. Mentally Blind is also one of my favorites of this more technical phase, and another one that I had an immediate response to. In short, this album can basically be summed up as Human, but better.
Hey, don't start shit.
Which is why I'm putting it not only at perfection, but all the way at the top. Alright, we have 3 bonus albums for 1993, starting with Master with Collection of Souls. Dip in quality on this one with some bluesier groove metal seeping in. It's slower and a little lower energy, less death metal, some faster moments like Justice or Fate, which may as well be a punk track. Also kind of a fun cover of Thin Lizzy's Jailbreak. Seeing lower audience ratings on this one as well, it landed at okay. We also have Sadist with Above the Light. The debut from this excellent Italian progressive death metal band that truly have a sound all their own. You'll see me raving about the follow-up Tribe soon enough, but I initially passed over this one. It's not as experimental as their later albums, but an interesting mix of more emphasis on thrash, with plenty of piano and jazzier sections, also some cool use of harpsichord. Very technical and progressive, but feels less thought out and mature in comparison to where they go from here. Desert Divinities is probably my favorite here, and the instrumental title track has some incredible atmosphere. I'm gonna put it at great tier, and actually pretty high up on great. And then also Resurrection with Embalmed Existence. As I say throughout these lists, I'm just not a big fan of the doomier side of death metal, but I think that this is a good example of how to do it right. The atmosphere is excellent, just very evil sounding, and the pacing feels just right. You get those groovy, malevolent, slower sections, and just when it could get boring, they know when to shake things up for a faster part or melodic solo. These spoken word parts make for fun flavor touches, too. I'm gonna put this one at amazing. There are still some absolute classics in this list, but after the last few videos, I've never been more relieved to see the bubble burst.
Serenity now, insanity later.
Today we are ranking close to 30 death metal albums from 1994, and we're starting with Bolt Thrower and For Victory. The riffs continue to get more interesting and memorable from previous efforts, in my opinion, helping each song stand apart on this one. The 1-2 punch of War and Remembrance makes for a particularly potent opening with those kind of carcassy guitar harmonies mixed with the grindy chorus. Lots of head-bobbing grooves that at times have an almost Sepultura-sounding vibe. Graven Image even has some very tribal-sounding drums, which also lines up since Chaos AD was released just a year before this. Easily one of my overall standout favorites in their discography. It is going to perfection. Then we have Convulse with Reflections. Album number 2 from this Finnish band, and unfortunately it's a far cry from the debut. I was on the fence about even including it, but there's just enough growling and death metal instrumentation for it to scrape by. And what I was referring to in the intro is, as I was going through for this list, it does feel like this is the year that many bands went goth or alternative, much like what happened to thrash metal around 1990-91. And on top of that, black metal was reaching new heights at this time with the likes of In the Nightside Eclipse, Transylvanian Hunger, Vistar Oss, and Viklin Veldi all coming out this same year. But anyways, on this album, expect a lot of bluesy rock riffs and some more kind of epic metal vocals too. Not really digging it personally, and this being a death metal tier list, it's an easy bottom of the list pick for me, so it is going to meh.
Not good.
Then we have Cryptopsy with Blasphemy Made Flesh. The mix on this thing is crazy raw, which makes for a very destructive listen from this first time full length from this Canadian band. Songs feel more like forces of nature than music, just pure primal rage being channeled into the instruments. It's far from the best death metal debut I've heard, but it's definitely ranking amongst the heaviest for me. And then later on it opens up into some melodic, again carcassy sounding parts with Serial Messiah. Unfortunately the guitars can get a bit washed out at times, but the pingy snare tone and primacy sounding bass are great. Definitely check out the Cryptopsy discography tier list I did recently, really had fun with that, but this debut, it's going to amazing. Then we have Brutality with When the Sky Turns Black. Also album 2 from this Florida crew, starting on a bit of a weak point though, in my opinion. Once the transition happens though on Race Defects, they had more of my attention. Solid use of dynamics and atmosphere, even getting kind of pretty with Awakening and Esoteric. Riffs and vocals can be a bit generic, but it did keep me on my toes with some of the more abrupt stylistic shifts as with Electric Funeral. So, splitting the difference on this one, it's going to good. Then we have Incantation with Mortal Throne of Nazarene. Big switch in production here from that cavernous sound to a more tinny kind of thin sound that I don't think complements their approach quite as effectively. Even so, the songs here are pretty rad and also I'd say a step up in dynamics. Some nice transitions too, with Essence Ablaze lulling you in with that hypnotic head bob effect before pulling out the rug and beating you to death with blast beats. All said and done, I think I actually like this one just a little bit more than the debut. It is going to great tier on this list. Then we have As Fix with As Fix. Going full doom for this one, which is a bummer for me. I like when the band does death metal, but when they slow things down, it is just boring in my opinion. There are still some D-beat sections and occasional use of synth, but nothing to write home about. That's a big ask for me too, at almost an hour for this one. I've heard far worse, but it's just not really for me, so this one landed at okay tier. And again, remember, this is just my opinion, and also if you're enjoying the video, please hit the like button and comment, where do you agree, where do you disagree? Let's get a conversation going down there. I like hearing other people's like well-rounded opinions and why they feel the way they do about albums. But next up we have At the Gates with Terminal Spirit Disease. Now this is where they really established their trademark sound, setting themselves up for the seminal Slaughter of the Soul. Title track is a banger, The Beautiful Wound is solid, and I dig the violin and cello on And the World Returned. One of my personal favorites from them and on this list, but given that it's more of a glorified EP that the label tacked some live songs onto to make it a full length, I can't quite put it in perfection, so it's going to fantastic. Then we have Edge of Sanity with Purgatory Afterglow. Incredible album with the band only further coming into their own after the previous year's The Spectral Sorrows. It's incredibly focused, yet at the same time toys with a lot of different styles. At times it's a clear influence on Amon Amarth, some epic clean vocals on Blood Colored, but then it goes death metal Motorhead, going the Jester Race before the Jester Race on Black Tears, of Darksome Origin, Elegy, Enter Chaos, and Silent Rip, and the duo soloing on the latter is just so much fun. Banger of a record, easily a favorite here. It is going to perfection. Then we have Messiah with Underground. The final 90s album from this Swiss band who split soon after this but recorded a new record in 2020. Another one that kind of straddles the death metal label. There's elements of their old sound as well as melodeath, but the vocals here, now provided by Christopher Johnson instead of Andy Kana, have more of a kind of crossover vibe to them. Pretty disappointing, honestly, as I really like their other stuff, and this is a fall similar to how I feel about Entombed's later albums in comparison to Left Hand Path. I can see why it has a 6.6 on Metal Storm. It is going to meh tier.
Look what they did to my boy. They massacred my boy.
Then we have Amorphous with Tales from the Thousand Lakes. What I would consider to be the best of this Finnish band's early material, even if I prefer their later stuff overall. Another great atmospheric intro here with Thousand Lakes before getting a little doomy and gloomy with Into Hiding. It starts off great, but when the cleans come in, it does kind of ruin it for me at times. I like cleans in melodeath, especially like Dark Tranquility and Insomnium, but these are just not very good for objectively, I would say. Really impressive atmosphere and folky kind of early In Flames sounding guitars, but the songwriting and again some of the performances could use a little bit of work. It's still good enough for me to put it at great tier. Then there's Altar with Youth Against Christ. The debut LP from this Netherlands band focused on themes of atheism and anti-Christianity, in case you didn't get that from the title. Fast, ferocious stuff with no bells or whistles, which I think makes each song stand pretty strong on its own, but it does make for some tedium over its 48 minutes. There are some pace changes, like on Jesus is Dead, and I like when the bass comes front and center. A bit meat and potatoes, but I'd say overall it fits at like okay. Then we have Cenotaph with Riding Our Black Oceans. With their second record, this Mexican band takes a turn for melodic death metal with some pretty interesting results. More at-the-gates sounding inspirations here, though the execution feels a little bit sloppier. Even so, I'm rarely bored and certainly find myself more entertained by this than a lot of the more basic stuff on this list, and I feel like songs only get better as it goes along, with Macabre, Locust, Celesta, and Among the Abrupt being some of my favorites here. It is going to amazing. Then we have Gormant with The Ending Quest. The first and as of now only full-length album from this Swedish band, making it a rare debut on this list. There are a few, but I feel like fewer than on previous ones. It feels like, again, newer bands were getting started in death metal at this point because people were just more focused on other things. But we will get a surge again if we continue on with this list, I assure you. Pretty doomy, but better paced than some of the competition here. Might compare it most to the Bolt Thrower sound. Solid drumming, too. I'm going to put this one at good tier. God, it does not want to cooperate with me right now. Anyways, we have In Flames with Lunar Strain. So while I said in my In Flames discography tier list, which you should also check out, by the way, I think that they have way better albums than this one. This is a killer debut, though, and within the context of this year especially, it's easily among the best. I also think that Michael Stan is a much stronger vocalist than Anders, so having him here makes for an even more impressive outing. Pretty unmatched atmosphere on this list, from the guitar work to the synths to the classical strings, right down to the production. Behind Space is an incredible opener, and I also love the almost thrashy Upon an Oaken Throne. Given where most of death metal was at this point, that must have exploded a few heads when they heard it for the first time. I wouldn't quite call it perfection, but the argument could certainly be made. I'm ultimately putting it at fantastic. Then we have Septic Flesh with Mystic Places of Dawn. The debut from one of my favorite modern death metal bands. These Greeks, in my opinion, do some of the best symphonic death metal around these days, but these early works don't take quite that orchestral turn for some time. Even so, I love the atmosphere that you can only seem to get from Greece, with some parallels in guitar work with like Rotting Christ. And Spyros is easily one of my all-time favorite death metal vocalists, with that insanely deep growl that I can pick out of a lineup instantly. Great mix of death, doom, and progressive with stunning keyboards. Absolutely loved revisiting this thing so much that I went out and I actually bought this awesome 4-pack of their first 4 albums, because I already own most of their modern material, but I was like, you know what, I've not been kind enough to their early works and I want to support them with that. So anyways, this one is going to perfection. Then there's Mortification with Blood World. Another how far they fall moment for me going through these albums, which is disappointing because I do love that title. It's like a Metalocalypse title.
Blood Ocean.
I know who you are!
Great drumming, but the guitars are annoying, and goddamn, the vocals just plain suck. Like, I don't know what happened to Steve here, but he really went a bad direction on this one, in my opinion. I want to stab my eardrums when I hear it. Another all-time low score here, too, on Metal Storm with a 6.9. So, yeah, this one is going to meh.
Oh, that's brutal.
Then we have Aggressor with Symposium of Rebirth. This is the third full length from this French death and thrash metal band that we have not covered on previous lists, but again, I was overwhelmed with releases, y'all. Like 40 plus gets pretty dicey. But yeah, this one kicks off on a fairly typical note, but just a few minutes in, we already get a surprise melodic twist with flutes and female backing vocals. Twists like that always catch my attention, but I will say that the execution of navigating between those, the thrashier riffs, the progressive sections, and the more traditional caveman OSDM feels a little bit clunky. Even so, interesting, unique, and memorable listen, so I'm putting this one at great tier. Then we have Grave with Soulless. The third album from these Swedes, continuing to carry that classic old-school Swedish sound, but slowing things down a bit more and adding more groove, making tracks like I Need You super infectious. Like, honestly, I was listening to this in the car and I was bobbing my head all the way through it, all the way home. Consistent, just like vibing music. Rain has a little Carcass again in it too. I'm going to put this one at fantastic. It almost made perfection. Then we have Infester with To the Depths in Degradation. One of the other few debut albums on this list, and a particularly grimy one at that, with this one album Seattle, Wisconsin band covering all forms of taboo topics. I saw some high praise for this on Metal Archives with plenty of scores in the 90s, but frankly, I don't really get that. I've never been one for the endless blur kind of vocals, and these riffs aren't exactly ambitious either. It does have some gnarly speed and aggression that I can appreciate, so ultimately I put it at good. Like, I think it's enjoyable. I think it's a solid album, as are most of the ones on this list, even the ones I don't like as much. It's just that I don't understand the hype I saw on those reviews. Then we have The Chasm with Procreation of the Inner Temple. The debut album from this Mexican band, though apparently now based out of Chicago, and featuring Daniel Corchado, who does vocals on my favorite Incantation album. We've talked about him on these lists before. Unfortunately, I like that album a lot more than this one. More meandering, death doom. I want to like it if for no other reason than loving that cover art, but I'm just not really feeling it. I will give it credit for having a somewhat unique atmosphere, so it wasn't quite at the bottom. I put it at okay. Then there's Obituary with World Demise. Around this album in their discography, the word passable started to come to mind to me when I was doing this discography tier list. It's not an unenjoyable thing to listen to by any means, but it's just not offering a ton of new substance either. I will say that they do a good job of capturing the dreary tone of the album cover with the sludginess of the guitar mirroring the choking air pollution, and I dig the hypnotic groove of tracks like Don't Care. Ultimately, though, I think it's kind of overlong and a little bit boring, so sort of a mixed bag. It's still stronger than some of the competition here, and like I said, I can enjoy it to an extent, so it landed at great tier. Then we have Phlebotomize with Immense Intense Suspense. The debut full-length from this Netherlands band who at the time of recording this just dropped their latest record last year in 2023. Another one where it's interesting to contrast that with their beginnings, which here are much more avant-garde and atmospheric, incorporating some clean vocals, strings, synths, and often jarring transitions. When you least expect it, they'll go from contemplative doom to full-tilt death metal and then back again. Love the gang vocal moments, too. This is the highest fan-rated album from them on Metal Storm, and once more I am glad that this series has exposed me to another new favorite that I might have otherwise continued to overlook. So just as much as I love seeing you all in the comments say like, wow, this album, I'd never heard it before, and now it's one of my favorites. That happens to me too on this one. So I'm putting Phlebotomized at fantastic. Then we have Gorefest with Erase.
Why are you yelling at me?
The third album from this Dutch band, going for a bit more of a death and roll sound that I find particularly rough with Jan's gravelly, almost yarly vocals. It's incredibly grating and ends up ruining most of this for me, which is a shame because there are some cool riffs and harmonized guitar leads. Good example of one rotten ingredient infecting and destroying what might otherwise be a tasty meal. So this is another one at meh. Might be my least favorite overall. I don't know. It's a toss-up. This is the worst meh tier of any of the videos so far, I would say. But then we have Sarcophago with Hate. Brazil's death thrash crew arguably only getting heavier here, with some of the other bands we've previously covered gone, again, a bit soft and gothic at this point. Cemetery, I'm looking at you. That said, there are still some interesting atmospheric elements too. Dynamic, but consistently dark and very engaging in its pacing. Great mix of thrash, death, and groove with a touch of doom and industrial for good measure over a lean 35 minutes. So this one went to fantastic, and I can already see that once again I made a mistake, and Grave is actually supposed to be at amazing. My bad, but it's just that good. I'm only doing 4 per tier. Next up we have Pungent Stench with Club Mondo Bizarre for members only. The third album from this Austrian death metal project, shifting to topics around BDSM, and somewhat fitting to this theme, the guitars have this kind of horny southern drawl to them that makes me feel like I need a shower. Another very death and roll sound you might compare on some level to Entombed's Wolverine Blues. Not the worst thing here, but definitely towards the bottom. The only album in this style I kind of enjoy is Carcass's Swan Song. For all the shit that album gets, it's still miles and miles better than this, I'm telling you. So this is just going to okay tier. Then there's Hypocrisy with The Fourth Dimension. This long-running Swedish band starting to evolve their sound in a more melodic direction, which is where I like them at. It opens on a very doomy note with gothic atmosphere I'd somewhat compare to Septic Flesh, but then takes certain notes from the sounds that were coming out of Gothenburg as well. Some really strong proto-Amon Amarth energy on some of these tracks like Reborn and Never to Return. Certainly a big improvement from the previous 2 albums, in my opinion, so landed it at amazing. Then we have Brutal Truth with Need to Control. Now this is definitely more of a grindcore album, but there's enough death metal here to potentially warrant the inclusion, and given the overall fewer albums of this year, I said what the hell. This one starts off on an almost doom metal note as well, with Collapse, which also conjures this really dark, menacing, hypnotic atmosphere with maybe just a hint of Godflesh in there as well, before unleashing hell with Black Door Mine, like pressure building up before the dam bursts. Definitely some jams here with I See Red and Choice of a New Generation, bringing those sick D beats. I put this one at good tier. And then we have Cannibal Corpse with The Bleeding. This was actually Cannibal Corpse's most successful album to date in terms of sales, and also the 5th top-selling death metal album in the US with over 98,000 copies sold. That number's probably gone up by now. It's also Chris Barnes' last album with the band and the first with Rob Barrett on guitar. Definitely moving into more of a groove-oriented sound with easier to understand vocals. Great opener with Staring Through the Eyes of the Dead, and another all-time classic here with Effed with a Knife. I'm going to be careful about saying these track names now because my Cannibal Corpse tier list did get limited ads, and I'm guessing it's mostly just due to saying some of the song titles and maybe some of the album art.
Don't censor him.
Pulverized certainly lives up to its name, leaning into the faster, more brutal style of the previous albums. Force-fed Broken Glass really putting the spotlight on Alex Webster's bass, and Paul's drumming as well. I also like the slower, more atmospheric moments, like on Return to Flesh. This is my second favorite of the Barnes era, and a must-listen for any death metal fan. I already love this album, but again, especially within the context of the time, I can see why they only exploded from here, because it's just miles above. Like, while some bands were like seriously deteriorating in quality, Cannibal Corpse was only on the onwards and upwards path. So of course this is going to perfection. One bonus album for 94 is Merciless with Unbound. This Swedish band's highest rated of their 4 albums on Metal Storm, and opening strong with the folky melodeath energy of the title track. Lots of fun riffing with more of that early Gothenburg sound. Honestly, it's close to being on par with In Flames, but I wouldn't say the songwriting is as tight, and the vocals get a little grating at times, which pulls it down slightly. So I'm going to put it at amazing. A year of some of my all-time favorites, but also some real stinkers.
Truly, you must never listen to this.
I know, Werner. I'm never going to.
Today we are ranking over 30 death metal albums from 1995, and we're starting with Dark Tranquillity with The Gallery. Absolute masterpiece of an album. To me, this is one of the best and most important early melodeath albums of all time. Punish My Heaven sets the tone right away. The title track brings those acoustic guitars and those mournful female vocals against woodblock, not to mention that main driving melody. The one brooding warning is just a cascade of drums and guitar before making that proggy transition. Midway through Infinity has those amazing gang vocals. Just a totally unique experience. Love this album, love this band. Putting it at perfection. On the flip side, we have Autopsy with Shit Fun. First off, what a truly terrible album cover and name. Some of these track names have that shock for shock value's sake kind of cringe too. Very sort of chaotic and random, especially in the vocals. Rough production. It's not terrible with some decent riffs here and there, but it's the lowest fan-rated album on Metal Storm with a miserable 6.3 the last time I checked, for a reason, falling a full point before the next one above it. I see some occasional defenders of this album, but for me, it's easily at the bottom in meh.
He called the shit.
Then we have Suffocation with Pierced From Within. This album feels much tighter both in production and performance than the last one, carrying over the growth from the previous album, but now complemented with a heavier mix and more memorable riffs. Vocals continue to become more comprehensible in terms of what is being said. Some slower parts, like the opening of Torn into Enthrallment, flexing their abilities. Depths of Depravity, Brood of Hatred are total headbangers. Some killer solos too. This one is going to fantastic. Then we have Belphegor with The Last Supper. The debut album from this Austrian blackened death metal band, which I have a very up and down relationship with. There are certain albums I really enjoy, like Conjuring the Dead and Lucifer and Cestus, but then there are plenty of what I'd consider to be outright trash in between. This album is pretty solid overall. It doesn't have the same cringy elements of some of the later material, but it also doesn't quite have its own identity either. Just pitch black, noisy, aggressive death metal with raw production and a hint of synths here and there for a little extra flavor. I'm going to put this one at good tier. Then we have Incantation with Upon the Throne of Apocalypse. This is a weird one in the discography because it's actually just the previous album with the track list reversed and re-recorded with a production style the band felt was more fitting. It's got a lower guitar tone and overall sounds very dark and ominous, and I dig it. I appreciate both versions, but this one does feel a little bit more evil on some level. One of their better records and a pretty strong one on this particular list, so one of the few times Incantation is going to make the top half at amazing. Then we have Wicked Innocence with Omnipotence. holy shit, these vocals. Like, between the gurgles and muddy production, this is truly an album for the more depraved, brutal death metal fans out there. But then you get to track 2, and there's also some spoken word that made me think of a possessed Eddie Vedder. I'll be honest, within the first few seconds I thought I was going to dump this in meh, but honestly the instrumentation is quite impressive once you get past the goofier elements, and the further you get in, the more it starts to expand in some unexpected and more progressive directions. So yeah, I'm putting this one at great tier. Then we have Accursed with Meditations Among the Tombs. The only full-length album from this Wisconsin-based band, though 20 years after this they put out a compilation called The Book of Accursed. Pretty raw stuff with similar hallmarks as early black metal, from the production and synth elements to the screechy vocals. Unfortunately, I think it ends up sounding very kind of confused between these two worlds, and the keys on tracks like Oceans of Time can come off as a little silly to me. The spoken word parts are also pretty corny. Not the worst thing here. I'm gonna put it at okay. Then we have Opeth with Orchid. The debut is far from my favorite album from these Swedish progressive death metal legends, but it at least makes my top 5 already. Another album on this list with an atmosphere that is completely its own. I still remember the first time I heard it and being utterly captivated by its folky overtones right from the first guitars on In Mist She Was Standing. You want to talk about longer songs that are well written and hold my attention, this is what I'm talking about. They would only improve from here, but on this list I feel more than happy giving it fantastic. Then we have Unanimated with Ancient God of Evil. Album 2 from this Swedish melodeath band, following up the already impressive In the Forest of the Dreaming Dead. Definitely still hearing elements of Dismember, but much more so here at the gates, as well as some seeming rock influences here and there. The synth and black metal elements I heard in the debut feel more toned down, but are still present at times, and I would say the vocal performance has improved a bit. Unfortunately, I also feel like the songwriting feels a little bit more loose, and as a result comes off as unfocused and makes the experience feel a little bit more tedious. So, still enjoyable, but not the best. I'm going to put it at good tier. Speaking of Dismember, we have Dismember with Massive Killing Capacity. The continued descent in quality of this Swedish Big Four band that initially blew me away with their debut, only for most of the material after that to fall flat. Based on reviews, people seem to enjoy this album, but I just feel like it's another big step down from the things I loved about the earlier material. Raging early melodeath riffs and atmosphere have been traded mostly for bouncy, repetitious grooves and uninspired vocals on tracks like I Saw Them Die and Massive Killing Capacity. There are still some hooks harkening back to my taste, like On Frozen Fields, but even with these, the vocals just kind of ruin it for me, and with so many better alternatives for that style by this point, I just don't find it worth fighting my way through that. So ultimately, this is just at okay, but as always, I'm interested down in the comments for you to share why you disagree. If you love this album, by all means tell me, and that goes for any other record on this list. Also, if you're enjoying the video, hit the like button, really helps me out. But continuing on, we have Septic Flesh with Aesoptron. Once more, this Greek nowadays symphonic death metal band is one of my favorites, and I sang praise for their incredible debut last video. This album is also excellent in its own right, but not as strong, I would say. It's a little bit more doomy and with a little less atmosphere from the keys. I also don't find the guitars to be quite as memorable. That aside, I'd still say even the lesser Septic Flesh albums still rise above plenty of other death metal albums in any given year, especially in this early era. Like, I think they were kind of ahead of their time in many ways. I'm going to put them at great tier. Then we have Sentenced with Amok.
How embarrassing.
Another unfortunate victim of death and roll, which is all the more of a shame considering how good the last album was. Like, that blew me away. Definitely watch the 1994 list if you haven't. I was still pretty into it with the opener, but Phoenix goes full butt rock with Jarl's 4 Days. Like, just fucking atrocious. And then Funeral Spring is also particularly awful. There's some decent guitar work here and there, but it really is an absolute stinker, dropping all the way from the top of the list to the bottom at meh. Then we have Benediction with The Dreams You Dread. I saw some fairly negative reviews for this, but it's honestly pretty solid. Fun, chuggy, groovy riffs, killer drumming, and strong production. The only thing I don't love are the vocals. Dave's particular cadence makes me laugh at times, but even that feels more charming than annoying like on some of the other records here. It's also not far off of Napalm Death's mid-90s material, kind of hypnotic in a way. So hopefully this makes up a little bit for me skipping their first 2 albums, which I apologize for. It's hard to keep track of everything on these massive lists. But yeah, I'm actually putting this one at amazing. Then we have At the Gates with Slaughter of the Soul. Once more, I have to ruin it for those who haven't noticed yet and call this the best album to get away with using papyrus font.
No, you can't unsee it.
Joking aside, this is of course one of the most lauded melodic death metal albums of all time, responsible for both setting a new bar for how the genre would sound moving forwards and also set trends for other genres as well. I feel like most of what I could say about this album pretty much goes without saying at this point, and you can already hear more of my thoughts in my At the Gates discography tier list. My personal favorite tracks here are Cold, Suicide Nation, the title track, and of course, Blinded by Fear. You know where this is going. It's perfection. And we have Malevolent Creation with Eternal. Album 4 for this US band, featuring guitarist John Rubin, also of Monstrosity, and drummer Dave Koolhaas, also of Disgorged, Pyrexia, and Suffocation, among other things. I really like their first 2 albums, one even making the top of one of these lists, but after that they kind of fall off again for me like some of the other bands here. The last album was just decent, and this one isn't any better. A lot of repetitive riffs and grating belted snarls. It's not bad, but for all of its raging blast beats, I just find it dreadfully boring. Dave is definitely a highlight here though. Like, definitely check it out at least for the drumming. I'm going to put this one at OK tier. Then we have Vader with De Profundis. The second album from this Polish band that I absolutely also adore, and arguably the album that really put them on the map. I see this as a lot of longtime fans' favorite, and even though I think they have better ones, I do think especially stands out within the context of this list. Peter has such a great voice that is instantly recognizable and largely one of a kind, and I love his particular fusion of death and thrash riffs that have defined their entire discography. Personal favorites here, Blood of Kingu, Sothis, and of course opener Silent Empire, which has a killer breakdown to set the tone for everything else to come. So this one went to fantastic. We have Molested with Blood Draum. Another one-and-done full-length from this Norwegian band featuring Erlend Eriksson, who has also played drums for Gorgoroth, and vocals and guitars from freaking Øystein Garnes Brun, who founded Borknagar and put out their debut just a year later. Always fun to look at the lineups while listening through these albums to discover things like that.
It's great to learn,
because knowledge is power!
As for this album, it does have some similar Blizzard-like vibes in the blackened, tremolo-heavy guitar work, but here joined with deep, gurgly vocals. There's also a folky part with strings and clanking hammers, as well as some jaw harp around the middle of this album, which was a welcome surprise, even if it doesn't exactly gel as well with this as it does with black metal. Solid enough and a little different in sound, but I got a little bored after a while, so I'm gonna put it at good tier, probably on the higher end, though. Then we have Sinister with Hate. Album 3 from this Netherlands band with many others under their belt. I've been consistently enjoying their albums, but they've not really broken into the upper tiers with their fairly meat and potatoes approach. Another solid listen with a good mix of grooves and blast beats, but fairly forgettable. Embodiment of Chaos, The Cursed, Mayhem, and Awaiting the Apsu are pretty rad though. I'm gonna put this one at great too. Then we have Abramelin with Abramelin. The debut album from this Australian band, originally formed as Acheron in 1988. I'm going to be real and say I had never heard of this band before preparing for this video, but I was banging my head pretty hard when I pressed play. Chunky ass riffs and killer rhythms from drums that very much sound like they were recorded from a single mic. I'd most closely compare their sound to early Cannibal Corpse, and frankly, they could go toe-to-toe with some of those songs, so I'm going to put this one at amazing. Then we have Internal Bleeding with Voracious Contempt. The first album from this New York slam and brutal death metal crew. Mad respect for any band that helps to push a new style, with slam largely still in its infancy here, but I have just never cared much for that particular genre, and this album doesn't do much to change my mind. The production, vocals, and repetition leave a lot to be desired, so this may be sacrilege. I'll bet there are some slam fans in the audience that are going to be very upset about this, but it went to meh for me. But I will say it's at like the upper end of meh. Then we have Death with Symbolic. The Legends back for another one, and one that I've said some things that have upset some people about in a couple of different videos. The guitar work and atmosphere is undeniable. I just find the songwriting a little meandering at times, which was always controversial to say, but I stand by it. Human and Symbolic are excellent, but Individual Thought Pattern still beats both for me. I'd also say that the second half is better than the first, and Without Judgment, Crystal Mountain, and Misanthrope are my personal favorites. All that said, I put a lot of thought into it, and I do think, at least within the context of 1995, it does make the top. It's just not the top, but it's like at the bottom of the top of perfection for me. Then we have Caducity with the Willion Wielder Quest. The debut album from this Belgian band, tagged as epic death metal on Metal Archives. I describe it in many ways as similar to Bolt Thrower, but with a little bit more varied and chaotic sound. There are parts where it sounds very much like them, and others where it deviates in a number of different ways, either as with the atmospheric synth on The Whimsical Crafts of Enchantment, or the bizarre spoken word with a dragon's blaze on their banners. Death metal by Mike Patton energy. The drums also have a very live recorded sound with heavy emphasis on the snare hits. I was actually having a hard time deciding where to put this, as it is pretty interesting but not enjoyable all the time. Pretty obscure too. There are no reviews on Metal Archives, and they don't even have a page on Metal Storm. So an interesting one to check out. If I recall, this is not on Spotify either. You'll have to listen to it on YouTube, but it's going to great tier. Then we have Gorelust with Reign of Lunacy. The first of only 2 full-length albums 20 years apart from each other from this Canadian brutal death metal band, getting a mix of Cannibal Corpse and Suffocation vibes, coming fast and vicious for a pretty lean 30 minutes. Good example of how to take the fundamentals of the genre but really hone them to their maximum potential. It's not my favorite thing here, but I found myself really impressed with just how well they take the usual tools and just work them so well. So it moved all the way up at fantastic. Then we have Alchemist with Lunasphere. The second album from this Australian avant-garde and progressive death metal band. I could draw some light comparisons to Atheist, but I don't think the performances are as impressive or the songwriting quite as tight. The album feels a bit more freeform, seeming to wander in whatever direction they feel like. Sometimes the results are interesting, others I just feel like I'm looking at my watch waiting for the next cool thing to happen. Still more interesting than some other things here, and I dig the Middle Eastern sounding influences on the melodies. Would still recommend. It's going to good tier, maybe like around here. Another big one here with Deicide, Once Upon the Cross. I actually appreciate the increased infectiousness of the groove. Opening title track and Christ Denied feel like a return to more anthemic vocal lines. Solid, fun album, if a little unremarkable. I don't think it's quite as strong as the previous two in terms of the songwriting or performances. In a way, it just feels a little bit watered down, in my opinion, though I see some people riding for this album for sure. It's also a little on the slower side, but there's a fun fact behind that. In terms of drummer Steve Asheim said that's due to the album only coming out to 22 minutes when he played the tracks at full speed, so they re-recorded them at a slower pace to get to 30 minutes. They play the songs full speed live, which I think I would have enjoyed more, even if it did mean losing that 8 minutes. Like, what's 8 minutes? The shorter the album, the tighter the better, I say. Definitely in the upper half for me, but it doesn't hit the top tiers. So it's going to amazing, probably like here. Then we have Mortification with Primitive Rhythm Machine.
It's the true rhythm of
Album 5 from this Australian band we've been covering, and I was initially excited by the tribal-sounding drums kicking this thing off like it's Sepultura. Unfortunately, I can see why they named the album for those elements, because that's really the only thing this album has going for it.
Everything else about this is very bad.
The vocals are weak, the guitar work is not particularly memorable, and the songs are just bland and repetitive. It could be worse, but I wouldn't exactly recommend it either, so it's going to okay. Then we have Cataclysm with Sorcery. And another debut, this time from this relatively popular Canadian band. Unfortunately, as much as I enjoy their later melodic death metal albums, this is another messy retread of more brutal territory. Everything just feels very half-baked from the guitars to the vocals, and the mix, at least on the version I was listening to, was downright irritating my ears and my brain. This feels like the album someone makes when their rabies progresses to a point of no return. I'm putting it at meh tier. I'm hoping to sing their praises in future videos, though. Then we have Dissection with Storm of the Light's Bane. Now, I will always consider Dissection to be more of a black metal band, and they were definitely more a part of that scene, but the crossover of those Swedish riffs with the likes of At the Gates and Dark Tranquillity is unmistakable, and for sure if I had left them out, it would have been all over the comments. Regardless of where you place them, this is another masterwork in my opinion, just the perfect mix of infectious hooks and blizzard-like atmosphere. Every time I listen, I feel like I'm walking out into the frozen darkness. This is going to perfection. Then we have Nembrionic with Psycho 100. One of just two full-length albums from this Netherlands crew, both in the 90s. These guys are just as much of a grindcore as a death metal band, so expect plenty of speed and some pretty gnarly vocals, but there's also some surprising experimentation too, with progressive elements, doom, and some other things culminating in the 20-plus minute title track that you probably need to just listen to for yourself. It's not all great, and it doesn't all quite come together. It might take some more listens for it to really settle in, but another interesting one for sure. For now, it's just going to good tier. And hey, you know, I acknowledge my ratings change all the time. This is not set in stone, but this is where I'm at right now. I just realized, despite being relatively familiar with this band, I don't actually know if it's pronounced Chrysian or Chrysian or maybe something else, but it's their album Black Force Domain. This is the debut from this Brazilian band, and true to the tone set by peers like Sarcophago and Sepultura in the early days, this is some dark, grimy stuff. This album floors the gas and never really lets off again until it's over, with chaotic guitars, blasting drums, and throaty, ferocious snarls. The production is also very strange, with this kind of toilet bowl reverb to the vocals that ends up kind of working in its favor. Insert lame Zoomer skibbity toilet meme, I guess. Definitely a berating and battering listen, sometimes to a fault, but I found myself pretty caught up in its seemingly endless supply of aggression, so I ended up putting it at great tier. Then we have Deceased with the Blueprints for Madness. Album 2 from this Virginia band, and it feels like they're almost cheating with these rollicking D-beats getting me banging my head, and then At the Gates goes punk energy, also carries through into the guitars, bass, chaotic vocals, and overall production. I might also compare it to Autopsy, but without some of the doom elements, which is a win for me. It's very noisy and pretty DIY sounding, but this is a good example of how to pull that off and make it a part of the charm, so I'm putting it at amazing. We also have Agony with Apocalyptic Dawning. Another band on this list with only one full length, this one from Quebec. You may also recognize that artwork as it was reused by Blood Incantation. It's from a sci-fi novel. It's a fine listen, and there is some particularly fast guitar work, standout drumming from the late Eric Boudreau, and later on more dynamic and progressive elements, but the overall songwriting is lacking and the vocal performance is about as one note as you can get. So this one also went to meh, but it like almost teetered into okay. Then we have Xenomorph with Imperial Regimes. Hard to say no to a band named after one of my all-time favorite creature designs, H.R. Giger. Rest in peace. Unfortunately, this is the one and only full length from this Nebraska band, but those tend to make for an interesting listen on these lists. On some level, I'd compare this to Dissection, both in the kind of blackened vocals and guitar work, very dark and evil, but with some hooky melody as well. I'd say it's more overtly death metal and a little bit more raw. It's also not maybe as proficient or atmospheric as Storm of the Light's Bane, but I'd recommend checking it out if you haven't, and it landed all the way at fantastic, probably like right here. Oh, then we have 6 Feet Under with Haunted. The time has come. It's the infamous Post-Cannibal Corpse project from Chris Barnes. I hear a lot of people who hate this band as much as I do actually defend this album, and it's not without its catchier moments like Silent Violence, fun groove to that one, but it's still
pretty low by 1995 standards, I would say. Not the worst and not unlistenable like some of their later albums.
Oh yeah, we don't talk about that.
And not the worst on this list, but I do find myself getting pretty bored with a lot of it. So, surprise, surprise, you might have expected me to put this at meh, but I put it at okay. I'm trying to be fair. And then we have Morbid Angel with Domination. The best Morbid Angel album, yes, I said it again, this is also the first album with Hate Eternal and now Cannibal Corpse guitarist Eric Rutan. Where the Slime Live may be my favorite Morbid Angel song of all time. It's just so weird and unique, the vocal performance is so bizarre and memorable, and it breaks out of the usual death metal mold, and I appreciate that. Continuing to step up the atmosphere, and yeah, more groove focus, but it leads to a more diverse array in terms of composition. Each song has its own personality. Other great tracks here dominate Eyes to See, Ears to Hear, with another infectious vocal part on that one. And then Dawn of the Angry with that instantly recognizable tremolo line and all of the crazy shifts in pacing. Y'all know that this had to go to perfection, and it kind of fights with Slaughter of the Soul for my ultimate favorite. Alright, our bonus album for 1995 is Vital Remains with Into Cold Darkness. Very similar vibes as the previous album, if not maybe stepping up the atmosphere to almost symphonic death metal levels, especially on Immortal Crusade. Unfortunately, there are also issues here with repetition, just playing the same riff over and over and over again, which is especially annoying when the song's like 7 or 8 minutes long, just not as engaging as the debut, and so it landed at okay. This year has fewer of my classic favorites, but the overall quality feels like a step up from 95.
Now, you are going to want to strap in for this next one.
Today we are ranking almost 50 death metal albums from 1996, God help me, and we are starting with Cryptopsy and None So Vile. Widely regarded as this Canadian band's best album, ramping up the rabid bloodlust of the debut while also stepping up the songwriting and overall performances. Lord Worm in top form here on vocals, and the speed is just insane. Lots of great tracks in Crown of Thorns, Slit Your Guts, Phobophile. It's also a very concise album at just 32 minutes while once again delivering in a number of different areas, from the brutal to the earworm, and of course we're going to start strong, putting it at perfection. Then we have Mortician with Hacked Up for Barbecue. The debut from this New York band, and unfortunately it is a really shitty mix. The bass is so high and the whole thing is just very fuzzed out. Nearly an hour of movie samples, generic guitar chord progressions, and brutal gurgles, mostly overpowered by the insane machine gun drumming. I suppose if the goal was to just be as loud as possible, mission accomplished, but personally that's just not enough for me on its own, especially in a year that has None So Vile. So I'm putting this one at okay. We have Edge of Sanity with Crimson. This Swedish progressive death metal band keeping the atmosphere and riffs going for album number 5 and their first concept record. It feels like they added a touch of Opeth and Typo Negative as well, with Mike Ackerfeld actually providing additional vocals and guitar. Mixed feelings about some of the changes, but overall very strong. Part 6 might be my favorite on this one. It is going to fantastic. Then we have Angel Corpse with Hammer of Gods. The debut album from this Kansas City blackened death metal band. I appreciate some raucous noise as much as the next guy, but this just struck me as annoyingly repetitious, and that's coming from a guy who really enjoys gutter punk and second wave black metal, so this one went to meh. Then we have Cenotaph with Epic Rites, 9 Epic Tales, and Death Rites. This Mexican group continuing their transition into a full-on melodic death metal band with their third album. The guitar tone is interesting, as I initially thought there were additional, violins, but there's nothing about that in the credits, so I guess it's just the guitar. It reminds me a little bit of The Gallery, but with admittedly crummier production, and the performances aren't quite as tight. But that aside, I enjoy the music. I'm going to put this one at fantastic. Then we have Immolation with Here in After.
This New York band finally making a return 5 years after their debut in 1991. I will say it is cool how the guitars really do have this scorching quality to them to match the band name. Like, it really does sound like the entire studio is burning down around me when I listen to these, and there's a little more variety in pace and texturing, like on the title track. Overall, I think it's great tier. I don't think it's top shelf or bottom. It's somewhere in between for me. Then we have Asphyx with 2 albums. First up, God Cries. Another kind of death and roll album with a bluesy flair, but this one actually sounds pretty good compared to others we've covered in this series. Theo Lumen's back on this one doing everything except for the drums, but sadly he was killed in a car accident not long after release. Regardless, he does a solid job here with energetic songs and rugged but appropriate production. We'll put it at good tier. And then they also have Embrace the Death. This was actually supposed to be the band's debut, as it was recorded back in 1990, but ended up being shelved until 96. As such, it couldn't be any more different from God Cries, harkening back to their sludgy Death Doom days, but still with Theo on vocals. Again, personally not big on that style either, but it's a solid record. I am also putting this one at good tier. Then we have Deeds of Flesh with Trading Pieces. The debut album from this California band that later also founded the Unique Leader Records label. Super brutal and techie stuff with similarities to both Suffocation and Dying Fetus. Nice tight 30-minute runtime is a plus and fitting for their violent, no-nonsense, curb-stomping appeal. This one is going to perfection. Next up is Mortification with Envision Evangeline.
We see the pain and glory of the Son of Man, virgin birth.
These prolific Australians continuing to make an appearance, for better or worse, on seemingly almost every video in this series. I will say, pretty ballsy move opening with a nearly 19-minute track, but unfortunately, once again, it doesn't seem worth it once you get to the vocals. I dig the very Viking metal-sounding guitars, and when Steve goes back to his more traditional death growl, but every time he does the kind of cleaner, raspier, almost yarly ones, especially alongside the bluesier riffs, it just takes me out of the experience. Some standout moments here and there, but also some really corny sounding ones. I'm going to put this one at okay. Then we have Pandemonium with Chaos and Confusion. This Swedish avant-garde offshoot of sorts from Edge of Sanity members, covering 34 minutes in just 4 songs. Super weird and wild as usual, with whiplash-inducing stylistic changes from Death Doom to explosions of saxophone with Primus and Mr. Bungle energy. Maybe their best yet, they'd really tighten things up and cut the fluff, but sadly they disbanded soon after this final 3rd record, so it'll be the last time we see them in this series, sadly, but they'll go out high at fantastic. Then we have a Volst with Eminence and Putrescence. The debut album from this band out of Madrid, Spain. More brutal, gurgly vocal stuff, but with plenty of groove to the once more seemingly Swedish-inspired riffs and guitar tone. Not mind-blowing, but a strong start-to-finish listen. I'm putting this one at great tier. Then we have Cataclysm with Temple of Knowledge. The Quebec band following up their debut with vocals that are somehow even more irritating to me, unfortunately. Again, I dig this band, but goddamn, Sylvain's vocals here are ass. He just sounds like an insane person screaming at no one on the street. No craft, just random yelling. Yeah, not good, putting it at meh. Then we have Opeth back with Morning Rise. Album 2, and I'm never not excited to go back to these records, continuing to hone their trademark sound and shifting to much longer tracks on this one for another beefy runtime, stepping up both the production and precision performances, but I will admit that it is probably longer than it needs to be. It can even be a little dull at times for an active listen, but still an excellent album, especially in this year. Love the atmosphere. It's going to be amazing. Then we have a Canorous Quintet with Silence of the World Beyond. The debut album from the Swedish melodic death metal band, though much like Dissection on the previous list and bands like Sacramentum, I tend to be in more of a black metal mindset listening to this. Whatever you call it though, the cascading guitar melodies and sorrowful tone make for a wonderful listen. I was captivated by this one all the way through and highly recommend it. It's going to perfection. Then we have Abhorror with Zygotical Sabotori Anabapt. Getting Singapore on the map here with this band's only album mixing death, thrash, and black metal. Very raw, very aggressive, frequently making me draw more comparisons to the likes of Darkthrone and Mayhem than most death metal. Some of the guitars remind me a little of Absu as well. It could be a little bit more memorable and do a bit more with the vocals, but I enjoyed it overall. It's going to great. Then we have Adramelech with Psychostasia. The debut album from this Finnish band named for an ancient demon. This album's sound is a bit of a mix of melodic, blackened, and old school influences, which along with these sort of whispery growls makes for a pretty interesting atmosphere captured by excellent production. Riffs can be a little on the repetitive side, but it ends up feeling kind of hypnotic, kind of a death metal version of like Inquisition, I would say. It's going to fantastic. Then we have Gorefest with Soul Survivor.
I tried to live 6 years ago when this story started.
Turn that shit off, Lou.
Another album in the unfortunate downfall of this Netherlands band, following very much in the butt rock and roll footsteps of the last one. Super corny and obnoxious, near unlistenable in my experience. Like the vocals, just the whole package, everything about this just went bad. So yeah, it's going to meh for me. And again, let me know down in the comments if you agree, if you disagree. These are just my opinions and it's completely subjective. So we can get a conversation going down there. And also, if you are enjoying the video, hit the like button because it helps me out. But next up, we have Dying Fetus with Purification Through Violence. The dawn of another big name in technical death metal with this debut. They've got some solid songs on here like Blunt Force Trauma and a lot of great groove as well. Love the gnarly squealy riff on Nothing Left to Pray For. Far from their best work, but a really solid start nonetheless. It's going to amazing. Then we have Grave with Hating Life. Another Swedish band taking an unfortunate nosedive in their sound. Really enjoyed the previous records, but there is a reason that this album has a 6.3 on Metal Storm, while the next lowest above it has a 7.4. Not the worst offender here by any means. It's not Gorefest, as it at least has some solid groove metal riffing a la Pantera and Helmet, but the vocals get pretty obnoxious. I'm gonna put this one at okay. We also have Sarcophago with The Worst. The final full length from this killer Brazilian band, and going out on a particularly sinister and menacing note. There's still ragers like Army of the Damned, but also plenty of groove and industrial metal energy, drawing comparisons to Godflesh and early Fear Factory, partially due to the programmed drums. This album currently has a pretty pathetic 6.2 on Metal Storm and 60% on Metal Archives, but I don't think it deserves that. It's a little slow and repetitious at times, but I dig the pissed off vibes, so put it at good tier. Then we have Sadist with Tribe. I saw some discrepancy between whether this is a 95 or 96 album. It looks like it may have initially released in 95 and then had a wider release via Rising Sun in 96 based on Metal Archives. Either way, I definitely wanted to include this sophomore effort from this very talented Italian band who first caught my attention with 2015's incredible Hyena. Their sound is one of incredibly unique and eclectic progressive death metal, in many ways I'd compare it to later Death in the songwriting as well as both the guitar and bass work, but then add some pretty wild emphasis on synthesizer and tribal sounding drumming on top of that. Really amazing stuff. Wish I'd covered the debut, but this is going to perfection. Then we have Massacre with Promise. It took 5 years for this Florida band to follow up their excellent debut, and somehow they managed to go from their most critically lauded material to their absolute worst. Another band seeming to try to jump on 90s alternative trends, but not nearly as effectively as bands like Napalm Death. Feels like kind of a mid-tier Helmet album, still better than Gorefest, but maybe worse than Grave. So I'm also putting this one at okay. Then we have Gates of Ishtar with A Blood Red Path. The debut album from another Swedish melodic death metal band named for the eighth gate to the inner city of Babylon. More Dark Tranquility and In Flames vibes loaded with epic harmonized guitar leads and palm mute alternations. Not as memorable in the songwriting as those, but no time wasted at just 32 minutes. Putting this one at fantastic. Then we have Hypocrisy with Abducted. Album 4 from these alien-obsessed Swedes, further evolving their melodeath sound from the previous album. Killing Art is an absolute banger, channeling those At the Gates riffs, but then they also get doomy on the arrival of the demons. And then another one setting the stage for Amon Amarth with tracks like Buried and Paradox. It could be a little more consistent, but still a standout here. It's going to amazing. Then we have Vomitory with Graped in Their Own Blood. Trying to be careful talking about this one just because YouTube loves to demonetize things that have that word in it, but this is the first album from this long-running Swedish band. Solid mid-tier meat and potatoes death metal with some grindy tendencies as well. It's well produced and performed, but the songwriting isn't particularly memorable to me either, so I'm putting this one at good tier. Then we have Nyctophobic with War Criminal Views. The first of just 2 albums from this German band, gnarly, brutal stuff with piss-poor production. Again, this is going to be an acquired taste. Once more, I love the lo-fi elements of early black metal, but this guy cupping the mic so he can peak the audio and blow out my eardrums and speakers with every shitty growl is pretty irritating, if you ask me. So, this one went to meh. Then we have Iniquity with Serenadium. The debut album from this Denmark band, mixing pummeling brutality with some doomier elements. Not a ton to say about this one, just really tight classic era death metal with good pacing and dynamics. I'm gonna put it at great tier. Then we have Decameron with My Shadow. The only full-length album from this Swedish blackened melodeath band in the wake of 2 demos, kicking the riffs off strong with that opening track, and the solid interplay of lead guitar melodies and infectious rhythms continues into Our Time Has Come and the rest of the record. Really tight with great production, some issues towards the end, but another case of I wish they had more albums because this is almost up there in quality with At the Gates and Dark Tranquility, so would have been nice to see where they matured to, but this one is going to perfection. We've got Quo Vadis with Forever. Debut album from this Canadian melodic technical death metal band. The music actually sounds pretty rad, but unfortunately the clunky production job makes it impossible to fully appreciate it. It's just very blown out. I would love to hear these songs given a treatment like The Gallery, especially with the great violin, but as it stands, this one landed at okay. Then we have Jungle Rot with Skin of the Living. The debut album from this pretty popular Wisconsin death metal band, still dropping new material. Another really strong first outing on this list. It feels like after some of the stagnation in the ranks of 94 and 95, this is where the genre really rallied with the new blood. Super tight, brisk listen that blazes by in its 24-minute runtime, bringing this swampy groove to the aggression that reminds me a little bit of Morbid Angel's Domination mixed with Cannibal Corpse. This one's going to fantastic. Then we have Damnation with Rebel Souls. Album 2 of only 3 from this Polish death metal band featuring future members of Behemoth, Azareth, and Witchmaster. Very dark satanic sounding stuff complete with ambient elements like souls crying from the abyss. Some tracks are more doomy, mood-driven stuff, others are blast beat ragers with the snare threatening to blow your eardrums out, but in a good way this time, I would say. I wasn't blown away by it, but I definitely enjoyed it, and it has some of the better production value on this list too, I would say. So it's going to great tier. Then we have Agony Conscience with Look Into the Silence. The only album from this Czechia brutal death metal band, and emphasis on the brutal. Serious ear rape warning for this one between the extremely loud mix, piercing dodgeball snare, and demented gurgles broken up only by brief ambient elements to make sure you don't get acclimated enough for it to stop hurting. Another seemingly obscure one with no reviews on Metal Archives. It'll blow your face off, but it's also pretty berating after a while. I do really love the menacing groove and ear noise of Depressed. though. This one's going to good tier. Then we have Sacrilege with Lost in the Beauty You Slay. The first of 2 albums from this Swedish melodic death metal band. I dig the very proto-Amon Amarth swing of the guitars, but the raspy screams are grating enough that I can't really enjoy anything else. There are better options for the sound, both in videos past and ones to come, so this one landed at meh. Then we have Windham Hell with Window of Souls. Album 2 of 3 from this project that was based out of Snoqualmie, Washington, where many of the Twin Peaks locations were filmed and I actually visited not too long ago. And appropriately, this feels like what death metal probably sounds like in the Black Lodge. My vote for the most unique listen on this entire list. It's bizarre and you'll never be able to predict where it goes next. It's going to amazing. Then we have In Flames with The Jester Race. Legendary album in Gothenburg Melodeath history and a massive improvement over Lunar Strain. Anders officially taking over on vocals and the first album to feature the Jesterhead mascot. Moonshield is a wonderful way to set the tone for those classic folk-infused In Flames riffs that are so deeply ingrained in their DNA. Excellent albums going to perfection. Next is The Chasm with From the Lost Years. Round 2 for this Mexican death doom band, and a bit of a step up, I would say. They maintain the aspects of the atmosphere I liked, but in some more dynamic and melodic riffing. That said, still not in love with this either. Not a big death doom guy, so personally, it's going to okay. Then we have Demence with Total Dememberment. More death metal from Quebec, one of just 2 full-length albums from this gory band with a dark sense of humor. Chuggy, squealy, brutal stuff with some diabolical bass tone. Put this one in the Cannibal Corpse camp. Frankly, I had more fun with this than some of the classics on this list. I was banging my head like crazy, so this one landed at fantastic. Then we have Arch Enemy with Black Earth. The debut album from this Swedish melodeath band, but far from reaching their full potential, in my opinion. The riffs are already quite good, and Michael and Christopher Ammett both killing it. Michael having already made a name for himself at this point with Carcass. Shame that the vocals from Johan here are pretty bad, in my opinion. Very goofy, embarrassing stuff that makes me wince sometimes. Not the worst thing here by a long shot, but it definitely brings it down a bit from what I could enjoy from a band I generally enjoy. So I'm putting this one at good tier. Then we have Catasexual Urge Motivation with the Encyclopedia of Serial Murders. I make some complaints about albums on these lists being too noisy and not much else, but if anyone understands how to turn loud and noisy into something interesting, it's Japan. Imagine falling into a gurgling sarlacc pit while repeatedly exploding. Like, that's this debut in a nutshell. My only complaint is that it does not need to be an hour, as it gets a little old about halfway through, but overall it was solid listen, putting it at great tier. Then we have Apophis with Down in the Valley. The second time around for this German band, and they definitely got me with the sudden surprise left turn of the intro. Unfortunately, after that, I'm kind of bored, and the spoken word parts make me giggle since it kind of sounds like Moses from South Park.
I desire macaroni pictures.
Some decent guitar progressions and nice jangly bass and D-beat on Awake, but not a whole lot else for me here, so this one went to meh. Then we have Flesh Crawl with Blood Soul. The third album from this German band, and the last with vocalist Alex Pretzer. More just really solid Swedish-sounding death metal that's tightly performed, but doesn't really bring anything new to the table either. Love the D-beat sections, and they sprinkle in just enough doomy moments to keep the pacing interesting, so yeah, I enjoyed this one quite a bit. It's going to amazing. Then we have Sentinex with Malleus Maleficarum. Album 2 for yet another Swedish band, more pretty meat and potato stuff here though. It's fine, but at this point, considering some of the powerhouse releases we've had in this style, the riffs feel pretty bland and the vocals are especially so, save for some standout moments here and there. Putting this one at good tier. Then we have Carcass with the controversial Swan Song.
The threats of global
Now, as I said in my overhated albums video, I think this one gets a bad rap. It's definitely lower in their discography, but it's far from the worst thing ever. I don't even think it's their worst album. Honestly, it's got some really fun, catchy, even anthemic tracks that are great to scream along to, like Rotting in the Free World and Black Star. Not to mention, it's just cool to see how many genres Carcass are capable of covering, and it will be the last time we see them in this series for a while. It's not perfection, but goddammit, I think it's just fun as hell, so I put it all the way up at fantastic, pretty high at that. You can argue with me all day long. I really like this album. Then we have Crimson Relic with Purgatory's Reign. The one and only album from this California death doom band. As usual, I like the faster sections with the jangly little guitar hooks and D beats, but the doom sections are so dull on this one, so went to okay for me. Then we have Sacramentary Abolishment with River of Corticone. Album number 1 of 2 from this Canadian black and death metal band, and with more than a little doom and grind on this one as well. Another one that's heavy and aggressive and with some better production than some of the similar things here, but also with very, very paint-by-numbers songwriting and very annoying vocals, which, as you might have noticed, is an X factor for me. Like, if you fuck up the vocals, it ruins pretty much the whole recipe. So this one also landed at meh. Then we have Mystifier with The World is So Good That Who Made It Doesn't Live Here. I just realized how great that title is. Anyways, another Brazilian band. This is their 3rd album. And speaking of vocals, I have to be honest, hearing them on that opening track really made me crack up, but it's not all goofy, and you certainly couldn't call them unoriginal with these chaotic transitions. Plenty of solid musicianship, killer atmosphere, just could use a little bit more focus. I'm going to put this one at great tier. Then we have Cannibal Corpse with Vile. Enter Corpse Grinder for his first outing with the band and bringing a lot of new vocal dynamics in tow, alternating the low grunts with raspy highs. From a songwriting standpoint though, this still feels a little bit transitional, like they're kind of working out the kinks and where they want to go now with this new lineup. Still a solid listen as always though. Favorite tracks here: Mummified and Barbed Wire, Disfigured, Absolute Hatred, and definitely Eaten from the Inside. Not one of their best, but a strong entry here. I'm putting it at amazing. And then we have Monstrosity with Millennium. Look, Vile is a good record, but I think that this kicks the shit out of it, honestly. It's faster, more technical, and with some seriously vicious vocals. Good pacing too, with some slower, more atmospherically driven sections. So this one is also going to perfection. Alright, our bonus album here is Brutality with In Mourning. This is album 4 from this Florida band, still bringing the wicked, ugly sounds from the early decade with no bells and whistles, though they do throw in a little bit more groove and some soloing that reminds me of Pantera. Heavy, gnarly, but not especially memorable. Based on the current board, I'd probably say it belongs around good tier. There are no bad albums on this list.
Prove it!
Today we are ranking death metal albums from 1997, and we're starting with Children of Bodom with Something Wild. The debut album from this legendary Finnish band, and it's the riffs that really stand out on this list, especially on tracks like Lake Bodom and also the more symphonic moments like The Nail. Really great energy all the way through. The only thing that pulls it down a bit are these some kind of questionable Yarly clean vocals that range from unpleasant to downright terrible, but they're kind of few and far between. This is easily a top entry aside from that in this year. It's not one of my overall favorites from the band, but again, like nothing else really truly sounded like this then. The synth work especially was just unprecedented, and then so many bands kind of followed their lead, so it's going to perfection. Then we have Carcarius with Hell on Earth. This French band has their own spin on progressive and melodic death metal. The strangely upbeat intro definitely raised my eyebrows in confusion, but from there things get heavier and more interesting. It sounds like they're taking tips from Pestilence and later Death, but the execution feels much clunkier with the bluesier guitar work kind of clashing with the more complex progressive stuff. So this one landed at okay for me. Then we have Deicide with Serpents of Light. Hearing a slight shift in production on this one, almost kind of Slayer-y, and it's also a very lean 30 minutes, which is always a win for me. Less is more, especially when it comes to most death metal, in my opinion. Standouts: Bastard of Christ, This Is Hell We're In, I Am No One, and Creatures of Habit. My only fairly minor complaint is that the vocals could be better. Another case of not my favorite from them, but definitely a top half pick from this year. It is going to fantastic. Then we have Caducity with Whirler of Fate. Album 2 from this Belgian band, and feeling a bit more aggressive, lots of head-bobbing groove, fun pace changes on Arcane Churning Yearning, but also parts that drag. Not my favorite, but pretty solid. It's going to good tier. Then we have Septic Flesh with the Ophidian Wheel. More atmospherically focused Greek death metal with elements of doom and a very gothic aesthetic. Always love those trademark guitar leads and synth elements, and once more, Spyros has some of the best death growls around. Once more, putting out one of the more unique entries on this list from a discography that only gets better. I'm going to put this one at amazing. Then we have Vader with Back to the Blind. Of their early albums, I feel like this one gets discussed the least. It feels kind of like a step back both in songwriting and production from De Profundis. A little clumsier, songs not as memorable, and just less pleasant to listen to in spite of the always headbang-inducing drums. Still, I'm always happy to get some of this Polish band's thrash-infused death metal. So even though I was hard on it, it's still one of the more enjoyable things on here. Just not top half kind of stuff. Very close though. I'm putting it at great tier. Then we have Shub Niggurath with the King-like Celebration, Final Aeon on Earth. The debut album from this Mexico City black and death metal band. Very ugly and evil sounding stuff with some particularly slimy serpent-like vocals and black metal sounding synths. Definitely emphasis on dark atmosphere with this one, but also not without its faster blast beat driven moments. It is going to killer. And yes, I did change the tiers around on this one, because again, there were no albums to put in meh, personally. And also, we have more to go, speaking of which, but if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button, because it really helps me out, and comment as we go along. Where do you agree? Where do you disagree? Your favorites, least favorites, things that I might have left out. But next up, we have Dark Tranquillity with The Mind's Eye. Stepping up the speed and aggression from the gallery, you've got some real bangers here like Dreamlord Degenerates, Zodiacal Light, Hedon, Adam, and Tongues. This band also has one of my all-time favorite discographies, so almost every Dark Tranquillity album makes near the top for me in a given year, and this is no exception. It is going to perfection. Then we have Belphegor with Blut Sabbath. Album 2 from this German black and death metal band. Very evil union of black metal tremolos and raw production, menacing morbid angel chugs and deep growls. Enjoyable, if a bit repetitive, banger title track, and I like the fun but brief synth elements. I'm putting this one at great tier. Then we have Vital Remains with Forever Underground. Atmospheric, almost Danny Elfman-esque intro to the imposing title track, and those cool synth elements find their way into others like I Am God, killer blast beats on Battleground, and the groovy Eastern Journey. Love the pop of the snare tone in the mix too. One of my favorites from this band overall, and it is going to fantastic. Then we have Crown of Thorns with Eternal Death. The second album from this Swedish band, now known only as The Crown, mixing elements of melodeath, thrash, and even some kind of classic heavy metal sounding elements in the guitar work alongside raspy kind of blackened snarls. I saw nothing but 90% plus reviews for this on Metal Archives, and it is solid, but I personally don't find myself loving it to that degree. Some bangers here though, like The Serpent Garden and In Bitterness and Sorrow, which was the clip that played at the top. So this one is going to good tier. Then we have Sentinex with Reflections. album 3 for this Swedish band and a step up from the previous. Lots of very at the gate sounding riffs that, while not packing the same punch, still got me banging my head along with the crusty beats. They've upped the production value, love the church bells on Before the Dawn, love the opening hook to The Dimension Beyond. Vocals could be a little bit more interesting, but overall really enjoy it. It's going to amazing. Then we have Flesh Grind with Destined for Defilement. A little brutal death grind from my old stomping grounds in Chicago, and with some H.R. Giger album art to boot. Unfortunately, the music is just decent. Another pile of gurgly vocals and chuggy guitars. To its credit, the production is strong, and both the bass and drumming are standout elements, but the songwriting leaves something to be desired. Solid listen, just nothing impressive or super memorable, I would say. So it went to okay tier. Then we have Martyr with Hopeless Hopes. Some Canadian technical death metal straight out of Quebec with their debut full length, getting some pretty strong later career death vibes with very impressive musicianship, but unfortunately another vocal performance that gets a little on my nerves. I describe them as We Have Vader at Home, but even so, there is enough going on here that it doesn't even close to ruin the whole thing for me. Notably, guitarist Daniel Mongrain would also go on to play with Gorguts and has been a member of Voivod since 2013. This is going to killer. We have Intestine Ballism with An Anatomy of the Beast. Having a bit of a Mandela effect here in that I swear I remember this Japanese band's name as Intestinal Ballism, but I digress. I've had this band recommended to me many times over the years, and I think it does live up to the hype. Killer riffing, super heavy, love the echoey reverb on the production, giving it that eerie, cavernous sound, gnarly vocals too. And then when you least expect it, they break out into a very Septic Flesh sounding melodic section, so this one went to perfection. Then we have Decrepit with Acrimonium. The only full-length album from this defunct Ohio band. Really love the cover art, especially the color choices, and as far as the music, some comparisons to Immolation and Incantation. Super brutal vocals, but with plenty of punky D-beats and a variety of styles in the guitar. Solid, if somewhat forgettable, so it went to good tier. Then there's Malevolent Creation with In Cold Blood. Solid entry in this discography that feels like a slight improvement to me. This band's albums have been kind of slipping on some of these lists, but this is just a nice, harsh, and heavy slice of 90s death metal through and through. Nothing spectacular, just crunchy, straight-to-your-face aggression that satisfies on that promise all the way through. Love the bass and groove on Seven and bells on Preyed Upon too. A little more variety in the vocals would go a long way, but it went to great tier. Then we have God Dethroned with the Grand Grimoire. This Dutch blackened death metal band following up the Christ Hunt, and this feels like a huge step up from that to me. It's like At the Gates with a biting blackened twist. Super pissed off, but with plenty of earworms and menacing melodic moments as well. And the blast beats are also battering enough to draw comparisons to the likes of Marduk, so this is going to fantastic. We have Unleashed with Warrior. Another sadly lackluster album from these guys. The last one already had issues and the problems continue here. More very kind of bland death and roll. It has its moments, but even faster tracks like Media Whore do little for me. And Down Underground gets downright cringy. Not the worst thing in this series by a long shot, but still a relative dud. So it's not bad, it's listenable, it can be enjoyable, but it's going to okay for me.
Acceptable.
Then we have Infest Dead with Hellfuck. The debut album from this Swedish duo featuring Andreas Axelsson of Dysphere, The Lurking Fear, Marduk, and The Edge of Sanity, as well as his bandmate from the latter and equally prolific Dan Swano. Unlike their work with Edge of Sanity, which we'll get to, this feels very much like a rage and blow off steam kind of project in the Florida style of bands like Cannibal Corpse. 23 tracks, but all of them under 2 minutes for a total runtime of 36:45 and loaded to the brim with pure sacrilege. Pretty fun at that too. I'm putting it at killer. Then we have Flesh Crawl with Blood Red Massacre. Album 4 from this German band, and much like the last one, more really solid Swedish sounding death metal that doesn't really bring anything new to the table, but is just very tightly performed. Lots of great infectious riffing, just an all around good time. It's going to amazing. Then we have Dismember with Death Metal. After loving the debut, I've been waiting for these Swedes to wow me again, but year after year, they've also been slipping down the rankings. Fortunately, 97 is the year that they finally make it happen again for me. Of Fire is an incredible opener, delivering those classic Swedish melodeath riffs, continuing into the equally ripping Trend Killer and Misanthropic, and it just burns all the way through. Just total fire. It's going to perfection. And speaking of Edge of Sanity, we have 2 albums from Edge of Sanity in 97. We're going to start with Infernal. Album 6 from Dan Sueno's Swedish progressive death metal band, and coming off of the excellent Crimson, opening on a promising note with the very In Flames sounding Hell Is Where the Heart Is and skank beat driven banger Helter Skelter. Other solid tracks like Damned by the Damned, Forever Together Forever, and Inferno. Unfortunately, also some cornier stuff with the clean vocals of 1536 and Losing Myself. Stepped down from the last one, but still quite good in my opinion. I'm actually going to put this one at amazing, and Sueno temporarily left the band after this album due to creative differences, which brings us to Cryptic. So Andreas hired vocalist Robert Carlson of Sueno's other project, Pandemonium, for this one in his absence, and he does really well here. It's a clear drop in production quality, but still starting out strong with Hell Written. From there, songwriting is a bit mixed. There are still plenty of good parts, but the songs just don't come together as well, save for a few like Not of This World. Still not as bad as some of the ratings out there would lead me to believe on this album, but definitely a few steps down. So I ended up putting it at great tier. Then we have Pyrexia with System of the Animal. Album 2 from this New York band, following up their pretty well-respected debut with unfortunately one of their lowest rated albums to date. Again, I think that 6.8 on Metal Storm is a bit harsh. It is a step down from the speed and brutality I liked about the last one, but it still goes pretty damn hard and lots of emphasis on groove. I'm gonna put this one at good tier, but I will say that the 25 years later re-recording slaps. Then we have Sadist with Crust. This impressive Italian progressive death metal band back for their last album of the 90s. Very unique and technical once again, which is really the case with pretty much everything these guys put out. Wild compositions filled with crazy guitar work, chaotic primacy, bass slapping, and some very quirky synth work. Maybe not quite as good as Tribe, but definitely one of a kind on this list. It is going to fantastic. Then we have Ill Disposed with There's Something Rotten in the State of Denmark. Album 3 from this Denmark band I previously praised on the 1993 list, now moving into a more groove-focused sound that feels like it could have easily inspired Devil Driver. But they also pull in elements of the Swedish melodeath sound on tracks like Near the Gates, which I have to wonder if the title is a play on At the Gates, and also a cover of Megadeth's Wake Up the Dead. Enjoyable if a bit all over the place, and I will say Pimp is just downright awful. that is a bad track. Probably the worst track I heard on this entire listening session. But still, you know, listenable album's going to okay. Then we have Pessimist with Cult of the Initiated. The debut album from this US band, more very blunt force trauma vocals and punishing musicianship that is a good mix of battering and technical. Frankly, the vocals can get a little too overbearing at times, but it mostly works in its favor. I also feel like the overall songwriting could come together a bit more, so this one too, killer. Then we have Sacrilege with The Fifth Seasons. Album 2 from the Swedish melodeath band, and I'm getting some pretty strong dissection energy mixed with some In Flames and Dark Tranquility riffs as well. That's an amazing combination of some of my favorite things in the genre. Unfortunately, they bring them together in a way that doesn't feel like a boring copycat. Right from the opening track, they had me hooked in with those glorious harmonized leads and snarling vocals. Shame that this was their final full length, as they definitely had it. Fortunately, vocalist drummer Daniel Svensson would go on to play with both In Flames and now the Halo Effect. This is going to perfection. Then we have Deceased with Fearless Undead Machines. Fans on both Metal Storm and Metal Archives rate this as one of the top albums from this Virginia death thrash band. Once more, I end up being the dissenting voice here, though. As well, I do like the guitar work and overall atmosphere. The vocals also get on my nerves on this one.
Always a complaint with this.
this one!
They have their catchier moments for sure, but at over an hour, I started to get kind of bored, and it just sort of droned on for me. So, again, in the comments, let me know if you disagree, why you love this album, but for me, it just went to good tier. Then we have Necrophobic with Dark Side. The second album from this Swedish band, following up their excellent 1993 debut that I actually put in perfection. Plenty of dissection comparisons again to be made here, really straddling the line between melodic death and melodic black metal. The atmosphere perfectly fits the cover art from Christian Whalen, who notably has done other classic artwork for At the Gates Slaughter of the Soul, Atheist Elements, Dark Tranquillity's The Gallery, multiple Bathory albums, and yes, Storm of the Light's Bane, among many, many more. Great album. It's going to fantastic. Then we have Obituary with Back from the Dead. This was the last album before the initial 6-year breakup. Far from my favorite Obituary album, but it grooves its way pretty high on this list with head bobbers like Threatening Skies, Inverted, and Download. And at just over 30 minutes, it doesn't overstay its welcome either, so it actually went to killer. Then we have Hypocrisy with The Final Chapter. Kind of a misnomer from this Swedish band, as they would put out another album just 2 years later. Makes me think of the Friday the 13th series. Regardless, leaning further and further into that melodic death metal sound and stepping up both the production and vocals. Lots of great guitar work, from grooving HM2 to wailing bluesy solos. This and Abduction to me are where the band really hits its stride. This one is going to amazing. Don't lose the corkscrew.
Ted! Hey, Ted, where the hell's the corkscrew?
Then we have 6 Feet Under with Warpath. More bluesy, groove-driven death metal from one of the first death metal bands I was made aware of as a kid. I make fun of this band and Chris Barnes a lot, and I do think that much of it is warranted, but since Chris hadn't completely blown out his voice yet and become the E-guy, this album's perfectly fine.
Hey, great job not sucking.
Not bad, just bland and basic, baby's first death metal kind of stuff, so it's going to okay tier. Then we have Mortal Decay with Sickening Erotic Fanaticism. Gonna have to use some alternate artwork for this one, as the main one is very not safe for work. Grimy death metal with the Cannibal Corpse kind of sound. Killer grooves and vicious vocals with songs covering various gore-soaked topics like decomposing and acid and Colombian neckties. Simple but very effective. Those songs can be a bit overlong. It went to great tier. Then we have Gates of Ishtar with The Dawn of Flames. The sophomore album from the Swedish band that already wowed me in '96 with A Blood Red Path. Stunning melodic death metal in a similar vein as early Dark Tranquillity and In Flames that puts me in a very chill and blissful state of mind. That little piano break on the title track in particular hits me right in the feels, and if you're too tough guy, big mad death metal for stuff like that, you're just plain missing out.
You're not suave and cool. You're insecure.
Maybe not quite top of the pack here, but very close, and just so glad I discovered them doing these videos. It is going to fantastic. And then we have In Flames with Horacle. This was actually my first 90s era In Flames album that I got into, and it was the second album I listened to from them overall. Musically fantastic, with lots of amazing riffs and lots of great songs like Jotun, which is one of their best album openers in my opinion. Dialogue with the Stars is an incredible instrumental with those triumphant guitar harmonies, and Food for the Gods is a rager with more of an aggressive kind of At the Gates vibe. Episode 666 is also fun, even if the lyrics get a little bit silly. Definitely a classic and one of my favorites from them to this day, so it is going to perfection, and it may be my favorite on this entire list. Alright, our 97 bonus album is Broken Hope with Loathing. I saw quite a few comments legitimately mad that this was not originally included. So here you go, album 4 from this Chicago band. Honestly, the first track, Siamese Screams, had me scratching my head as to why people were so into this, as I find it kind of annoying and repetitive, but the deeper you get into the album, the better it gets. The guitar work is particularly impressively technical, and it really does have a flair to it that is unique on some level. A little overhyped if you ask me, but I'd say it's still worthy of about amazing. A huge year for both legacy acts and some serious newcomers.
Bring the new blood.
Today we are ranking over 40 death metal albums from 1998, and we're starting with Nile with Amongst the Catacombs of Nephron K. Finally, the debut of this Egypt-obsessed South Carolina crew. Not only do these guys sound great from the beginning with those battering blast beats and absolutely devastating vocals, that extra layer of Egyptian imagery and atmosphere helps them to stand out from the pack. The bombast of Ramses, Bringer of War, was unlike anything else I had really heard at the time, and then the level of technicality they bring to the table is so far above the competition, making for what I would argue is a top 10 or maybe even top 5 death metal debut album. It is going to perfection. Then we have Krabathor with Orthodox. Album 4 from this Chechnya band formed in 1987, but they just haven't turned up on my list for my research until now. Pretty solid mix of meat and potatoes death metal with some groovier 90s trends mixed in as well. Some headbangers like the opening title track, but also some very repetitive ones like Two Red Ones. Enjoyable in small doses, but it gets tedious for a full listen, I would say, so I'm putting it at okay. Then we have Incantation with Diabolical Conquest. I've said this many times, I don't really love this band, but this is the album to have, in my opinion, and is also the only album with Daniel Corchado of The Chasm on vocals, and he's probably my favorite fit for the band overall. The songwriting feels much more chaotic, probably inspiring bands like Portal, who by the way dropped their first demo this same year. Tied for highest rated album on Metal Storm, and I tend to agree. You've got the insidious serpent-like doom riffs, the noisy squealy parts on Disciple of Blasphemous Reprisal, just a really well-rounded album with great pacing and all the band's strengths at their peak. It is going to fantastic. Then we have The Crown with Hell Is Here. The death thrashing Swedes following up Eternal Death under their previous name, Crown of Thorns, with their first album under their current name, and goddamn is The Poison a killer way to open up a record. I'm not in love with the more traditional rock soloing. The production could be a little stronger, and some of the vocals go a little off the rails at times, but aside from that, this goes pretty hard with often more of a blackened thrash and speed metal energy, and with some real ragers, especially in the second half. I'm putting this one at good tier. Then we have Arch Enemy with Stigmata. The biggest issue I have with this album is still the vocals, which just aren't quite there yet. I hear plenty of defenders, but I still find them to be pretty bad, especially in contrast to the fantastic riffing. Fortunately, though, the guitar work does almost make up for it, with some solid moments on the kit, too, like the title track, which I think is also probably the best track overall since it's instrumental. The piano and epic guitar harmonies on Vox Stellarum are nice as well. Things get much better from here, but still very strong. I'm going to put this at great tier. Then we have Carnal Forge with Who's Gonna Burn.
Why you have to be mad?
Another day, another promising album, marred by an annoying and at times Yarly vocal performance, and unfortunately, much like the Arch Enemy record, the riffs are pretty solid, but it matters less to me here because they're not as good, and so the vocals bother me more. I look forward to finding albums I do enjoy from these Swedes as we move forward, but for this one, it's just going to meh. Then we have Behemoth with Pandemonic Incantations. Glad to finally get these Polish black and death metal legends on the board. Not yet fully formed, but moving out of their black metal roots into something resembling what they would become. Nurgle actually starting to sound like himself on this one too. Great intro with those deeper, deathier vocals and moving into more aggressive songwriting, but with that evil sounding atmosphere still intact. It is going to amazing. Y'all, of course, we have plenty more albums to go, but if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button. It helps me out. And also comment what are your favorites, least favorites on this list. What would you add respectfully, please? Seriously, these videos take hours to make in terms of listening, recording, and editing, finding all the samples, everything. So when I have that one asshole who's like, hey, how could you not include this one? Fuck you. Make your own list. But next up we have Soilwork with Steelbath Suicide. I've been so excited for this Swedish melodeath mainstay to hit these lists, and they come in hot with this debut. They had a very strong start, even in terms of both songwriting and production quality, and always stellar riffing with that trademark Soilwork sound right from the start. Very strong vocal performance, at this point focusing more on the harsh side of things. Every track is great, but Razor Lives may be my favorite. This is easily going to perfection. Then we have Chrysion with Apocalyptic. Album 2 from this Brazilian band, and strong enough if still a bit paint by numbers, getting mostly deicide energy if I'm making comparisons with the very devil may care attitude, but there are some more atmospheric elements too, as with March of the Black Hordes. Fast, harsh, and a little chaotic, largely living up to the album name. It is going to good tier. Then we have Dying Fetus with Killing on Adrenaline. The Legends back with their sophomore record and getting more technical. I like the intro to Intentional Manslaughter, nice mix of groove and shredding on Procreate the Malformed. Then Fornication Terrorist, what a title, has this fun, like kind of bouncy, brutal vocal cadence to it, and then there's that crazy tremolo transition in the middle. Still not one of my favorites, but pretty damn solid for a meat and potatoes 90s death metal album. It is going to great tier. Then we have Bolt Thrower with Mercenary. The sixth album from this much-beloved UK band that I enjoy, but not nearly as much as some people out there. Plenty of infectious grooves, but also doomier sections that I find a little bit boring. But that said, this one has grown on me quite a bit since the last time I listened to it. It's got this super chill, laid-back vibe to it that's kind of hypnotic, honestly. Death metal to just vibe to. It's going to amazing. Then we have Benediction with Grind Bastard. Album 5 from this UK crew, once more focusing on groove and grind, much like with the last one. It's enjoyable enough if you just want to bob your head, solid drumming too, but it just didn't make much of a dent for me on this list, and it's also way too long for what it is, I would say, so it's going to okay. Then we have Amon Amarth with 1 Cent from the Golden Hall. Another band I was excited to finally get on the map. I love this debut, and if you skipped over the band's early work, you're really missing out on some of their best stuff. It's just so much more aggressive than anything from their more popular albums, just really bringing the hellfire fitting to the album cover. Plenty of banger tracks here, like Ride for Vengeance, Friends of the Suncross, Without Fear, Abandoned, and the slower, self-referential Amon Amarth. Also featuring Martin Lopez of Opeth and Son on drums. It is going to fantastic. Then we have Mortification with Triumph of Mercy.
Lame.
Mercy is certainly the word I screamed listening to this album. Triumph, not so much. I've enjoyed some of the albums from this Australian band over the course of this series, but things really go off a cliff here with what I'd consider to be easily their worst album so far, and based on the ratings and scores I saw, I'm not alone in thinking that. It takes a lot for me to call an album straight up bad, but this one, it fell into that category. It's going to meh. Then we have Opeth with My Arms, Your Hearse. Ackerfeld and Company back with album 3, and if you ask me, this is one of the band's best albums, easily. Top 3 for sure, and my favorite of the 90s. So many killer tracks here. My personal favorites include April Ethereal, When, The Amen Corner, and Demon of the Fall. I also love the eerie energy and tragic romance of the very gothic ghost story concept. Tighter runtime, too, than the last 2 albums. It is going to perfection. Then we have Mercenary with First Breath. The debut album from this Denmark melodic death metal band. They take a bit of their own twist on the usual Gothenburg-style riffs, opting for a slower, groove-focused approach and vocals that are more half-scream, half-sung. Unfortunately, this means for some Jarlier-sounding moments as well as similar criticisms that I gave to Arch Enemy, I would say, so this one is going to okay. Then we have Cryptopsy with Whisper Supremacy. Mike DeSalvo stepping in on vocals for this Quebec band, which definitely does change up the sound a bit. Miguel Roy also bringing some changes to the riffs. Pretty craterous in its own right and bringing its own strengths to the table with some fantastic moments on the likes of Cold Hate, Warm Blood, White Worms, Depths You've Fallen, and Faceless Unknown. My only real point of detraction is again Mike's vocals, which can be very one note, become a little grating over time, but the riffs are so tasty I almost don't care, and they're honestly not that bad. Definitely better than some on this list, so it's going to amazing. Then we have Cataclysm with Victims of This Fallen World.
As the world burns, we stand tonight in a sea.
The lowest rated album from this Canadian band on Metal Storm, though I see some defenders on Metal Archives. For the third time now, I like this band's later material, but things only get worse on this one when compared to the previous two, I think. I hesitate to even really call it death metal, as more of a shitty, poorly produced grindcore quality to it, but mixed with some shoddy melodeath elements. I look forward to getting to the good stuff, but yeah, this is going to meh. Then we have Septic Flesh with A Fallen Temple.
Septic Flesh.
The Greeks back again with their fourth album. Still a lot to enjoy here, from the all's unique and incredible atmosphere to Spyros all's imposing death growls, but the clean singing still leaves something to be desired, I think, especially on this one. It's also a bit of a Frankenstein in that it's technically made up of new songs, re-recorded songs from the Temple of the Lost Race EP, and orchestra and vocal only tracks. Personal favorites here, Temple of the Lost Race and The Crypt. It is going to great tier. Then we have Sentinex with Reborn Through Flames. Album 4 from this Swedish band, continuing with the same momentum of Reflections in '97. More excellent, powerful Swedish melodeath riffing over a very consistent 40-minute runtime. Lots of earworm hooks, strong vocal performance, and capped off by great production too. There's also a Creator cover. It is going to fantastic. Then we have Soulburn with Feeding on Angels. This Netherlands band serving up a strong, albeit kind of average sounding debut, seeing some comparisons to S-Fix out there and how they mix the death and doom elements, but also again some bolt thrower, with this also having a similar head bob inducing hypnotic quality to it. Great production, very chill, another one I'd throw on in the background when working on something. It is going to good tier. Then we have Gates of Ishtar with At Dusk and Forever.
That's why
The third, and at this point at least, final album from this Swedish band, and if you ask me, it's a crime that they never became a household name like In Flames, because I honestly think that they're every bit as good. The harmonized guitars absolutely soar across the entire album, often rivaling those of even the Jester Race in Colony, so this is going to perfection. Then we have Gorefest with Chapter 13.
No.
I've had the unfortunate task of listening to a number of bad albums from this Netherlands group over the course of this series, but this may be the worst one yet. Think of Danzig past his prime deciding to do some bluesy groove metal, and that's basically this album. Granted, it's not really death metal, but it was on the list when I was pulling things up, so it's going to the bottom at meh. Then we have The Chasm with Death Cult for Eternity, The Triumph. The third album from this Mexico City band, and continuing to improve album to album, in my opinion. Still solid atmosphere, fitting to their band name, but that more emphasis also on driving riffs and pretty impressive drumming. Between the overall vibe and chaotic vocals, often it sounds similar to an Autopsy album. It's going to great tier. Then we have Morbid Angel with Formulas Fatal to the Flesh. The first album was Steve Tucker replacing David Vincent, and you know, for a frontman change for a band this big, that can sometimes be a kiss of death, but this ain't half bad. In fact, it's pretty good. It's another interesting album too that goes hard and certainly isn't boring. More great riffs and variety on songs like Bill or Sag, Nothing Is Not. Chambers of Dis is a meat grinder. Invocation of the Continual gets pretty proggy and often downright experimental at the end. A bit too long at almost an hour, but I'm going to put this one at amazing. Then we have Sinister with Aggressive Measures. Album 4 from this Netherlands band, following up the pretty strong Hate from 1995, and another one that feels like a bit of a step down, unfortunately. Some pretty good riffing on tracks like Into the Forgotten and strong death growls as well. Props for the lean 30-minute runtime too. Nothing that particularly stood out to me in comparison to some of the others here, but a good record nonetheless, so it's going too good. Then we have a Canarus Quintet with the Only Pure Hate. The sophomore album from the Swedish melodic death metal band that made the top of my 1996 list. And I don't think this one is quite as strong as that one, but it's very close with more killer Gothenburg-style riffs mixing melody and aggression like At the Gates. This one is going to fantastic. Then we have Apophis with Heliopolis. Another album from this German band, also interested in Egyptian mythology, and unfortunately, especially now with Nile entering the fold, it feels even more kind of mediocre by comparison. To be fair, these are very different approaches to death metal, with Apophis leaning more into doom and sometimes prog, but even on that front, it pales in comparison to something like Death. A fine listen, would still lightly recommend, but it's just going to okay. Then we have Deeds of Flesh with Inbreeding the Anthropophagy. The Cali brutal tech band back with their second album conceptually about the Sawney Bean family who lived in the caves of Scotland and supposedly cannibalized around 1,000 people. Props for originality. I'd actually never heard this story before, so it's a nice break from the usual serial killers. Musically, the production and vocals are objectively improved and both the guitars and drums get pretty wild. Tough competition here, but just what I want from something like this in another no-filler 30-minute runtime. It's going to amazing.
Eat the flesh wheel from Sweden, yeah!
Then we have Rune Magic with The Supreme Force of Eternity. The debut album from this Swedish death doom duo featuring Niklas Rudolfsson of Sacramentum, among many other things, performing everything but the guitars. Definitely getting some strong Bolt Thrower vibes again from this one. Just trade war for more fantastical themes. Great atmosphere, reasonable runtime, just not one of my favorites. It's going to good tier. Then we have Extol with Burial. The debut album from this largely Christian-focused progressive death metal band out of Norway that I remember in high school even the metalcore scene kids were listening to. Definitely a unique listen unlike anything else on this list, with a heavy emphasis on prog and the riffing I might compare to something like Cynic or even later Enslaved. As for enjoyability, I am much more partial to the songwriting on Undeceived, whereas here it can feel a little bit meandering and long-winded, so enjoyable, but not like perfect yet. It's going to great tier. Then we have Nembrionic with Incomplete. The second and final full-length album from this Netherlands band. Pretty heavy mix of death grind and bluesy groove. Some bangers, but also some crap, especially when the vocals deviate from the death metal style. This one landed at okay for me. Then we have Exhumed with Gore Metal. The debut album from this Cali death and gore grind band after years of demos and splits, and that experience shows right from the jump with this one. Just so fast and ferocious, but also extremely infectious in spite of its brutality. Love the mix of gurgly lows and snarling highs in the vocals, banger riffs and rhythms. Frankly, I'd put it higher if not for the steep competition again, but it is going all the way to fantastic and pretty high at that. Then we have Consolation with Stahlplatt. The second and final album from this Netherlands band as well, who can't seem to decide even what they really are or want to be. Sometimes it's death metal, sometimes it's groove and grind, but then you have Camel Song that sounds straight out of like Godsmack. Not the worst thing I've heard, but definitely bottom tier material on this list. So yeah, it is going to meh. But then we have Cannibal Corpse with Gallery of Suicide. This is the first album with Pat O'Brien on guitar, better production than Vile, and I definitely hear them coming into their own when it comes to the songwriting with more dynamics and use of atmosphere, as with the title track. Disposal of the Body and Stabbed in the Throat have some fantastic riffing and fun, fast vocals, getting technical with those woodly-woo riffs on Dismembered and Molested. I can also hear them really toying around with their style on Chambers of Blood, and From Skin to Liquid, this one had to go to perfection. Then we have Argos Lent with Galloping Through the Battle Ruins. This is the debut album from this Virginia band, and it wasn't until I was pretty far into making this list that I discovered why their music is not on Spotify.
We ready or what?
Oh, hold on, I'm fucking with my Oh, shit.
Not gonna get into that here. As for the music, it is kind of interesting in its fusion of death vocals with more traditional kind of heavy metal style guitars. I'm gonna put this one at okay and leave it at that. Then we have Angel Corpse with The Inexorable. The third album from this US black and death metal band that is another one leaning heavily into the black metal elements. Again, getting more kind of like Panzer Division Marduk vibes from this one, and another case of digging the overall atmosphere and intensity, but wishing there were more dynamics and variety in the songwriting. So this one ended up at the middle at great. Then we have Dawn with Slaughter Sun, Crown of the Triarchy. Album 2 from this Swedish melodic black and death metal band, recommended to fans of Dissection and again Sacramentum. The only thing that brings it down a bit for me are the lengthy runtimes that are often between like 8 and 10 minutes. They carry well enough, but without a more progressive approach to songwriting a la Opeth, they can get a little repetitious at times. So not quite top, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's going to amazing. Then we have Malevolent Creation with The Fine Art of Murder. Album 6 from this New York band, and delivering some more super speed in both the thrashy tremolo picking and blast beats. Notably, guitarist Rob Barrett of Cannibal Corpse making a return on this album after previously playing on Retribution. Another solid ripper with some groovier stuff mixed in. Definitely a bit long at nearly an hour, but it ended up at good tier for me. Then we have Gorguts with Obscura. Now this is where Gorguts really find their purpose and place as a band. Pure dissonance and avant-garde taking hold after years away. There are so many bands that have been launched as a result of where this album took their sound, and it is regarded as one of the most important albums in technical death metal for that reason. Now it might upset some people that I'm not putting this at the top, but if I'm being personally honest, the vocals can be kind of grating, and certain tracks like Clouded bring it down a bit for me too. And if I'm just thinking in terms of albums I regularly go back to re-listen to on this list, there are still some above it. So not quite perfection, but it is going to fantastic. Then we have Order from Chaos with An Ending in Fire. The final album from this Kansas City black and death metal band, and unfortunately I wouldn't say they go out on a particular high note. Lots of extremely repetitive grooves here and not much else. The only thing I really give it credit for is the very tribal sounding drumming and arguably some of the most ugly, wicked vocals on this list. And this is Pete's second entry in this year actually, as he's also on that Angel Corpse record. Mike and Chuck now play for a band called Ares Kingdom, but yeah, this went to meh for me. And then, of course, we have Death with The Sound of Perseverance. The final album with the lineup of Chuck, Shannon Hamm, Scott Clendenin, and Richard Christie. Apparently, some of the songs were originally meant for Chuck's other project, Control Denied, that we're going to get to, but ended up on here. Kicking into high gear right from the top with Scavenger of Human Sorrow. Love the exotic sounding melodies in certain areas, and in general, still evolving their sound to the very end. Lots of big, powerful, progressive riffs that fit the album title. Spirit Crusher may be my personal favorite here, but I also dig Flesh and the power it holds. So you know that this is, of course, going to perfection. Rest in peace, Chuck. All right, our bonus album here is Master with Faith is in Season. I see some higher ratings on this one, and it does feel like a slight step back in the right direction, but still not liking it as much as the first two. Still some slower grooves, like on Imprisoned. Vocals are a bit uglier. The drumming is good, though. I do like We're About to Fall. But yeah, ultimately this one also landed at okay tier. We did it, gang. An entire decade of death metal.
I'm tired, boss.
Today we are ranking 35 death metal albums from 1999, and we're starting with In Flames with Colony. Now, I think that this is In Flames taking all the best elements of their early sound to their absolute pinnacle. Embody the Invisible is an incredible way to kick things off with some of their best riffs to date. Colony is a major head bobber, Zombie Inc. is sick, and Behind Space 99 is also a ripper. All of those soaring melodies just surround you. Named in Metal Hammer's top 20 best metal albums of 1999, it is going to perfection. Then we have Hellchild with Bare Skin. The third album from this Japanese band that was overlooked on the 93 and 97 videos. I'll have to go back and check those out, but unfortunately this is another lower one on this list with frequently annoying vocals. Shame, since the guitar work can be pretty interesting, mixing groove, tech, and melodic elements at times not dissimilar to Carcass. This one's going to okay tier. Then we have Deeds of Flesh with Path of the Weakening. This sick California brutal death metal band back with album 3 and keeping a steady forward momentum. Solid production, more punchy breakneck speed in the drumming from Joey Heaslett, and some seriously techy riffs on par with Dying Fetus. Another consistent banger, start to finish. It's going to fantastic. Then we have Malignancy with Intrauterine Cannibalism. This New York brutal death metal band's album has grown on me a bit since my last listen, and as far as the more brutal stuff on this list goes, I would say it's one of the higher ones. Killer drumming going on and great mix of chaotic technicality and infectious grooves from the guitar. That said, I'm still just not generally a big fan of this vocal style, but I do really love the 2019 re-recording, but this one's going to good tier. Then we have Aborted with The Purity of Perversion. The Belgian band coming in heavy right from the start with their debut with the horror movie samples and song titles. Love the carcassy riffs and the Hellraiser-themed lament configuration in particular. Not a ton of their own identity yet, with Sven mostly breeing his way through this thing, but just pure brutal death metal and a lot of kind of gore grind too. Seriously inspired by the likes of Cannibal Corpse and Dying Fetus. Not bad at all, especially within the scope of 1999. Not one of my top picks either from them or in this year though, so it's going to great tier. Then we have Burn the Priest with Burn the Priest. The debut album from Lamb of God under their original name, and unlike the groove metal they would become known for from this point forwards, this one is much more steeped in death and grind. Bloodletting is disgusting, Dimera kills and it's fun to imitate the vocals, Suffering Bastard is amazing, Lame is fucking brutal. The songwriting isn't super memorable, but it's still damn fun. I have a great time with this, it's going to amazing. Then we have Vomitory with Redemption. Album 2 from these Swedes, mixing the sound of their region with the grimier parts of the Florida scene, I would say. Definitely a step up from the debut with raging riffs and truly relentless drumming. Serious props to Tobias stealing the spotlight on the kit. Not as in love with Jussie's vocals, though this would be his last album with Eric taking over afterwards. Consistent, if a bit samey, it is going to kill it. Y'all, of course, we have many more albums to go, but if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit the like button to help me out, and also comment as we go along. Where do you agree? Where do we disagree? Let's get a conversation going. This is just my opinion. Also, save the playlist because I've got all of these now. This is the last one of the 90s. We've got year 90 to 99 at this point. And if you'd like to see more, like maybe I'll move into the 2000s. I'm probably going to go back and do the 80s albums as well, but it depends on how these videos do, which is up to you. But next up, we have Amon Amarth with The Avenger. Now this takes everything that I already loved about the debut and just steps it up. Very fast, just balls to the wall, blazing Viking hellfire. Bleed for the Ancient Gods is a great album opener, and then that crazy vocal intro to Metal Wrath just gets me amped every time. Lots of really infectious tremolo melodies, easily my favorite of their early work, and actually in my top 3 of their entire discography, so this has to go to perfection. Then we have Immolation with Failures for Gods. This album definitely steps up the atmosphere from the previous efforts, fitting to the album cover. I think I enjoy this one a little bit more just thanks to its kind of blizzard-like sound that surrounds you. As far as the songwriting goes though, I'm still not blown away by it. There's definitely some skull-bashing moments of technicality with the likes of Failures for Gods and Stench of High Heaven, and some cool soloing too with just an awesome sound to them. I'm gonna put this one at great tier. Then we have Necrophobic with The Third Antichrist. Always glad to hear more from this Stockholm black and death metal band's early years, frequently topping these lists, and now with album number 3. Love the atmospheric synth opening going into the rebellious D-beat of the third of Arrivals. Once more emphasis on just very evil and menacing tone above all else. It's going to amazing. Then we have Dark Tranquility with Projector. Definitely one of the albums in their discography with a bit of a bad reputation, and kind of understandably so. It's a big shift to more gothic influences, but that said, I have a soft spot for it, and it's not without some standouts in Free Card, Undue Control, Exposure, and especially Therein, which was a real treat to see them play live a few years back and just belt out in the chorus with the crowd, as I said in my Dark Tranquility tier list. So this is going to fantastic. Then we have Eternal Suffering with Drowning in Tragedy.
Here's some loud music, which just sounds like it's saying, I'm angry. I'm very, very angry.
The only full-length album from this Massachusetts brutal death metal band. Love the intro with the Mr. Rogers sample. Definitely gave me a chuckle before relentlessly banging my head. Super gnarly vocals with not only the usual gurgly lows, but some seriously larynx-shredding highs too. Great guitar work with both crazy fast stuff and some slower earworm hooks. This is going to killer. Then we have Armored Angel with Angel of the Sixth Order. Another one-and-done album from this Australian band that started in speed and thrash before progressing to this more melodic sound. Personally, I find it to be a little bit sleepy. It's kind of like Amon Amarth took a lot of Xanax, is the way I look at it. Far from terrible, but I feel like I want to nod off listening to it, so it's just going to okay. Then we have Centurion with Coranzonic Chaos Gods. The debut album from this Netherlands band with their satanic and occult themes drawing comparisons to Deicide. Overall, some pretty basic blueprint following death metal, mixing a few melodic elements with its overall old-school aggressive sound. Riffs and drumming can also venture into more technical territory at times. It's a strong listen, but not very remarkable here, I would say, so it's going to good tier. Then we have Behemoth with Satanica. This is one of the earliest albums that I heard from the band, and I still enjoy going back to it semi-frequently. To me, this is where Behemoth truly become Behemoth, with a much more death metal style and production. It's still raw, but just feels like the classic death metal albums from that time and fully shifting away from the black metal stuff. It can get a little messy and inconsistent at times, but there are some really great tracks to find, like Lamb, Ceremony of Shiva, Decade of Therion being my personal favorites. This one, in 99, it's going to perfection. Then we have Ackercock with Rape of the Bastard Nazarene. The debut album from another legendary UK band, bringing a pretty unique mix of eerie and unsettling atmosphere with classic OSDM tropes, some mild comparisons to Septic Flesh in both the gloomy, doomy atmosphere and occasional semi-operatic female vocals, but I'd say that this is much more aggressive and at times even delves into noise elements. Really stellar, further tension-building drumming too from David Gray. It is going to amazing. Then we have Cattle Decapitation with Human Jerky. The debut album from this legendary death grind crew, and depending on where you look, it's listed as either an EP or an LP, but apparently the band counts it, and I got enough grief in my Cattle Decapitation tier list that I figured I should include it. 18 tracks, scraping through just 16 minutes, with more emphasis on the grindcore elements here than they would have on future releases. I'm putting it at great tier. Then we have 6 Feet Under with Maximum Violence. Album 3 from Chris Barnes and Company, and I remember seeing this album art a lot as a kid just getting into metal. Definitely sounding a bit heavier in keeping with the title. Chris in particular seems like he's really going for the throat with these belted, syncopated screams on the opening track and closer hacked to pieces, making for standout performances, but unfortunately that intensity doesn't carry all the way through. Likewise, really solid menacing atmosphere with some of these riffs courtesy of newcomer Steve Swanson, making things more interesting than just pure groove, but then cornier tracks like War Machine bring it back down, so this landed at good. Then we have Arch Enemy with Burning Bridges. Vast improvement over the last two albums in my opinion. The Immortal is a great opener. Dead Inside has a little Megadeth going on, complete with ripping solos. Guitar work in general finally gets to really shine here with tons of great riffs, and the vocals continue to be questionable in places, but they work much better here, making it my favorite of the Johan era, with this being his final album. It's going to fantastic. Then we have Angel Corpse with The Inexorable. The third album from this US black and death metal band, once more leaning heavily into the black metal elements with these fiery tremolo guitars and blast beats. Definitely a solid gateway release from one genre to the other, I would say. Tracks can start to run together a bit, but there are great moments like further into Solar Wills. This is going to Killer. Then we have Mortician with Chainsaw Dismemberment. This album perfectly sums up my line when it comes to brutal death metal vocals. Like, I can handle the breeze and gurgles, but they are so grumbly and also just buried in the mix here that it just sounds like a bear snoring. I feel like I'm being gaslit. This feels like a meme's idea of what death metal is. Also add some very obviously programmed drums, and I just don't really understand the love for this one. I don't even hate programmed drums, but here they don't even feel like they match the grime of the rest of the music, so... Hate me if you want to. Again, let me know down in the comments if you love this album and why, but for me, it went to okay.
Mike, you're doing it wrong. I can understand what you're saying.
Then we have Children of Bodom with Hatebreeder. The Finnish legends carrying over everything that was already great about the debut for their sophomore album with killer riffs, synth on point once again. Warheart is a fantastic opener, love that little bass solo on top of everything else. The title track has those great heavy metal hooks, love those big pounding drums on Wrath Within. Children of Bodom is just brimming with riffage, and I love the little gang vocal moments too. Still some issues with the Yarlier vocals, which are particularly bad I would say on No Commands, but once again, you know, unprecedented on this list, and overall I really enjoyed it. Not one of my favorite Children of Bodom albums overall, but again, for 99, like, crazy stuff. It's going to perfection. Then we have Devourment with Molesting the Decapitated. The debut album from this Texas brutal death metal band, another gurgle fest, which I feel like was becoming more of a trend at this point with Slam on the rise. Lots of dodgeball snare drums too, and swampy grooves. And credit for the weird croak that Ruben is capable of when it starts to like vibrate in his throat. It's really unsettling. Genuinely, again, someone in the comments help me understand what you see in this style overall, because it all just runs together to me. To be fair, I hear some other people say that about early black metal, but I feel like for all the bad production those albums have, they at least sound different, but maybe that's just me. So this is going to great tier. Then we have Avulsed with Stab Wound Orgasm. Album 2 from this brutal death metal band out of Spain. Love the overall speed, riffing, and production, but the vocals get downright silly for me at times on this one. And silly is better than annoying, but I'm still giggling more than banging my head, I would say. So this one is going to good tier. Then we have Hate Eternal with Conquering the Throne. The debut album from this popular Florida band fronted by the talented Eric Rutan and with guitars from Suffocation's Doug Cerrito. More great, just classic era sounding death metal in the same vein as Cannibal Corpse, with some great earworm riffs on the likes of By His Own Decree. Tight and consistent over its lean 33 minutes, but I do think it could have a little bit more variety and personality in the songwriting overall, so this one went to Killer. Then we have Opeth with Still Life. Probably the hottest take on this channel over the years is that even as a big fan of this band, I tend to rank this album lower in their discography despite it frequently being cited as a fan favorite.
What do you mean, eh?
But let me also say once more that even the quote-unquote worst Opeth albums are still miles better than pretty much anything in the competition, and the opening track, The More, is an absolute masterpiece. I also enjoy Godhead's Lament, but after that, things start to trail off for me quite a bit until Serenity Painted Death and White Cluster. Like, there are plenty of great moments in the middle, but I just don't find myself as consistently engaged as with My Arms, Your Hearse, which I think is the superior album. So for that reason, I think it still stands out on this list and deserves to be high, but it didn't hit perfection for me. So again, I'm interested to hear people's thoughts on that. It's going to fantastic. Then we have Septic Flesh with Revolution DNA. Always fun to have an excuse to fanboy over this Greek band year after year, and things only get more impressive after this album, I would say. The clean vocal elements still aren't quite where they need to be, but once more the atmosphere is among the best on this list, and Spyro's death vocals only getting more expressive. Not my favorite from them either, but easily a high pick again on this list. Honestly, if they cut like 15 minutes out of it, I think it would be even stronger. But as it stands, it's going to amazing. Then we have two albums from Disgorge, starting with Cranial Impalement. The California brutal death metal band's debut album with tracks originally recorded in 95 and 96. More Gurgle City stuff, but at least this feels better produced than that Mortician album. It still makes me laugh at times though between the vocals and the odd mixing of the bass. It's only 24 minutes, which is a plus, but still going to okay tier. And then also this year, Disgorge dropped She Lay Gutted. This is the more current recording, but I can scarcely tell the difference save for a touch more vocal variety and maybe some slight improvements to the production and mix. Still pretty boring to me personally. It's like the sonic equivalent of watching those Transformer movies where they are just so visually exhausting that my brain kind of shuts off. So this one's also going at okay tier.
It's not my thing. It's not my thing.
Then we have Iniquity with 5 Across the Eyes. Album 2 from this Denmark tech death band. Solid listen with strong production, and the faster parts in particular are pretty wicked, but also a number of slower stretches that just leave me waiting for the next transition. But this did a little bit better than Disgorged, at least. It's going to good tier. Then we have Monstrosity with In Dark Purity. This Florida band's first album without Corpse Grinder on vocals after his departure to join Cannibal Corpse, with Jason Avery of Eulogy stepping in, and I would say that this feels like a slight step down from the previous two, but it's not due to the vocals. Like, Jason was a solid replacement. I just don't find the songwriting to be quite as gripping and memorable, but it's still a standout for the year overall, I would say. It's going to amazing and pretty high at that. Then we have Hypocrisy with Hypocrisy. Right from the top, it's clear that these Swedes are going for something more grandiose with the synth elements on this 6th album. I had to double check that I didn't actually push play on Septic Flesh in this case. But then going into Apocalyptic Hybrid, it's also clear that they've stepped up the faster parts as well, with a song that would have been right at home on Slaughter of the Soul. Fusion Program Minds also has plenty of In Flames DNA. Unfortunately, after that, there's an increased emphasis on some pretty weak, clean vocals that drag my enjoyment down. Like, it starts off really strong, and then it kind of like peters off after that. Still good though. It's going to Killer. Then we have Adramelich with Pure Blood Doom. The second album from this Finnish death metal crew that previously landed high in 1996. I don't think this one is quite as strong as the debut, but it's got some pretty head bob inducing grooves and flies by at a 37 minutes that feels much shorter than that. The vocals are probably the weakest part, but are serviceable. The Book of the Black Earth is a standout for me. This is going to great tier. Then we have Cannibal Corpse with Bloodthirst. Hearing another significant step up in production on this one as far as the songwriting goes. Pretty dynamic with a lot of different things going on. Love those malignant lurching grooves and carcassy vibes on opener Unleashing the Bloodthirsty and Sickening Metamorphosis. Killer bass opener to Coffin Feeder, Ecstasy and Decay has some really cool ups and downs. Fun flavor riffs on Hacksaw Decapitation too. And again, a really strong, tight 34-minute runtime, really keeping things sharp and focused. Still not one of my favorite albums from the band, but a strong and consistent listen nonetheless. It is going to fantastic. And then we have Necrophagist with Onset of Putrefaction. The debut from this killer German technical death metal band that helped to set the stage for everything from The Faceless to Beneath the Massacre in the 2000s. Recorded almost entirely by guitarist and vocalist Mohammed, and with some additional help, and man is it a wild ride and about as technical as they come with tracks like Intestinal Incubation and Culinary Hyperversity. Also love that bass on Fermented Offal Discharge. And most importantly, I'm always impressed with a band that can balance that level of showmanship and technicality with engaging songwriting so that it doesn't become style over substance. So of course, this had to go to perfection. All right, our final set of bonus albums, starting with Nocturnus with Ethereal Tomb. More excellent progressive death metal with tons of atmosphere and improved production, really impressive musicianship and songwriting. Tracks like Paranormal State really feel like you're taking a journey. Maybe some inspiration to Meshuggah as well, I feel like. This one is going to fantastic, and it also made me rethink, especially after going through my Opeth tier list and everything. I have decided to go ahead and graduate Still Life to perfection. And then we also have God Dethroned with Bloody Blasphemy. Moving into a more atmospheric and even black metal direction, between the riffing and use of clean vocals, I'd actually compare this more to the likes of early Borknagar on tracks like Serpent King and Fire Breath. But then they also have more straight up aggro avalanches of death metal like A View of Ages. This one ended up at amazing. Y'all, thank you so much to those of you who tuned into all of these especially, but yeah, it was a lot of work. A lot of listening, but it was a fun project for the year. Check out this playlist for plenty more death metal rankings or this video for your personal recommendation. Please do comment below, hit the like button if you enjoyed it, but that'll do it for now. Flight of Icarus signing off. I will see you in the trenches.